Well, hi. It's great to be back. I apologize for missing last Sunday, and it's great to see all of you, at least to the extent that I can see you on the chat stream. I wish I could see you visually, but I guess that wouldn't work or doesn't work. Anyway, first of all, my apologies for missing last week. Last Sunday was the Feast of St. Edith Stein, and I was invited to speak to the contemplative sisters at Monasterio Edith Stein in Brooklyn, which is a contemplative monastery with the prayer purpose 24/7. Their permanent prayer purpose is praying for the conversion of the Jews. So it was great to be able to be there and to talk to the sisters about the conversion of the Jews and the need for prayer for the conversion of the Jews, and to tell them some stories of Jewish converts, which is one of the reasons why today I am doing in the Saints and Spiritualities series, I am dealing with some Jewish converts and their spiritualities. So I'll just launch in. Let me know on the chat stream if there are any problems with the audio or anything like that, and I'll try to keep an eye on for the next few minutes. Anyway, I want to talk about three sets of Jewish converts whose destinies were very tightly intertwined in the middle of the 19th century, and whose spiritualities, let's say, were very much in harmony with each other. You'll see why as I go through the show, but as Jews who came into the fullness of Judaism, the full truth of Judaism, in the Catholic Church and the sacraments, they were all very, 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 very passionately grateful. And as is true for all of us, if the Catholic Church is for real, if the Catholic religion is true, then in a very fundamental way, nothing else matters. And that's true for all of us. But it's easier to see when you come in from outside, and it was certainly the truth for these three sets of Jewish converts. And the other interesting aspect of their spirituality was that they had in common the fact that once they entered the Catholic Church, they essentially devoted the rest of their lives to spreading the wealth, sharing the wealth, to bringing others into the fullness of the truth that they had entered in the Catholic Church, and especially to bringing their co-religionists, their fellow Jews, into the fullness of the truth. And in one case, they did so by, among other things, starting a religious order with the express purpose to pray for the conversion of the Jews. And in another case, it was to work directly to evangelize Jews, as opposed to praying for the conversion of the Jews, and so forth. And in the third case, it was essentially to become a martyr, literally a martyr of the sacraments. So anyway, with that, let me just launch in. Okay, good. I see that the audio seems to be working. So anyway, I'm going to go in chronological order. The three sets of Jews are the three sets of Jews that were on the, whatever you call it, the show card before the show. And chronologically, who they were, first of all, were the Ratisbonne Brothers, and were chronologically the first set of Jews that I'm going to talk about. You'll see why when I launch in. The second was Hermann Cohen, and the third were the Lemann Brothers. And so first with the Ratisbonne Brothers, first of all, let me just show some pictures. There were two brothers, Theodore Ratisbonne, who was the older brother, who actually entered the church kind of before our story starts. He was the older of the two brothers. He was born in 1802, and he entered the church in 1826, so when he was 24. And 4 years later, he was ordained a priest, and he was a Jesuit priest. Let me give you a picture of him as I believe, as a young priest. There he is. And when he became a priest, his family, of course, hated him and would have nothing to do with him. And in particular, his younger brother, Alphonse Ratisbonne, could not forgive him and didn't want to hear his name, didn't want to have anything to do with him, wanted to cut off all contact. The only time he wrote him was to write him a screed condemning him for having done what he did and betraying the Jewish people and betraying the family and so forth by becoming a priest. Alphonse was 12 years younger, so obviously he was about 12 when his brother converted and about 18 when his brother became a priest. And I'm getting distracted by this chat stream, so I apologize for that. I'm going to have to probably not look at it. Anyway, so I will pick up. Okay, why am I doing this? I'm doing this because Alphonse Ratisbonne's conversion is certainly worth talking about, and the lives of the two brothers after their conversions is worth talking about, and their spirituality. Now, what was so interesting about Alphonse Ratisbonne's conversion, I'm getting ahead of myself, is that he was converted by an apparition of the Blessed Virgin Mary in Rome in 1842, which, that's the right year, which is to this day the only church-approved apparition of the Blessed Virgin Mary in the city of Rome. So I'm going to focus the Ratisbonne brothers' story on Alphonse Ratisbonne and his conversion, and then talk about how they spend the rest of their lives working for the conversion of the Jews. So what I'm going to be doing in this part of the show is primarily reading from writings of Alphonse Ratisbonne. Some are sort of his memoirs, and some are extracts from letters that he wrote describing his conversion. So, just launching in. My brother, on whom great hopes were laid, declared himself a Christian, and soon after he became a priest. As young as I was, this behavior of my brother revolted me, and led me to hate his cassock and his character. The conversion of my brother, which I saw as an inexplicable folly, made me believe in the fanaticism of the Catholics, and I was horrified by it. He was terribly anti-Catholic after his brother had become a Catholic, even though growing up, it was a fairly secular world that he grew up in. He actually went to a school, in a high school, which was predominantly Christian, and he had a lot of Christian and Catholic friends at the same time. However, he became virulently anti-Catholic, and his passion was to improve the lot of the Jews. And he was very active in an organization to improve the lot of the Jews. And we'll see that surface a little bit later in the story. Anyway, so where we pick up the story, he is 26 years old. He is he was orphaned. They were orphaned. Their parents had died. Alphonse was being raised by a childless uncle who owned a bank, was very wealthy, and had his own bank in Strasbourg where they lived. And the uncle doted on Alphonse as his son, essentially, and promised to give him the bank, basically, when he became old enough, when he came into his majority. And when he was 26, he was made a partner in his uncle's bank with the promise that he would then take over the bank entirely and own the bank. Now, he was very much in love with his young cousin, who's, by all accounts, was a very charming, sweet, refined young woman, but she was only 16. So it was decided that he should wait for a year before they got married, so she would be 17 when they married. And he had to kill time during that year, and to distract himself from being hopelessly, so to speak, in love with his young cousin and looking forward to his life of being a basically owning a bank and being a rich banker in high society in France with his beautiful young wife, it was decided that he would take a world tour around the world. And so he set off for this world tour. Now, the tour was to sail from Rome, technically from Civitavecchia, presumably, and go sail east, into the Orient, starting with Turkey or whatever, and then continuing around the world for a year. So on his way to Civitavecchia or to Rome, he stopped in Naples, and it was January 1st of 1842. What's interesting about January 1st? Well, today you may know it as the Feast of the Mother of God. But in 1842, in fact, until Vatican II, it was the Feast of the Circumcision of Jesus. And this is where something very big happened to Alphonse Ratisbonne, having to do with his conversion. Now, if you stop to think about it, what was the circumcision of Jesus and the Feast of the Circumcision of Jesus? By the way, Jesus was circumcised. If he was born on December 25th, he was circumcised on January 1st. Because in Judaism, you are circumcised on the 7th day after birth. So the Feast of the Circumcision of Jesus, which took place on the day that Jesus, the anniversary of Jesus' circumcision, is the first blood that Jesus shed for our redemption, right? Because blood is shed during the circumcision. And what is the context of the circumcision? It is Jesus entering the Jewish covenant, Jesus ritually becoming a member of the Jewish people, entering into the covenant that God made with Abraham for the descendants of Abraham. So what a important day for something significant to happen in the conversion of a Jew to Christianity, since it was the day of the conversion, so to speak, of Christ to Judaism. And it was also the day that he shed his first blood for the redemption of mankind. So anyway, Alphonse Ratisbonne finds himself in Naples on January 1st, 1842. He's terribly lonely, right? Because he's all alone. He has no friends there. He doesn't know anyone there. And he's just walking around town, and he hears, commotion or music coming from a church, and he goes inside, and there's a mass going on. And, he's bored and he's tuned out, and, he doesn't really want to be at a mass, but he's standing in the back, leaning against a pillar, and he kind of closes his eyes, and he gets drawn into a kind of informal prayer. And in that informal prayer, I'm going to go back to his words here. He asks God for guidance in my projects to better the condition of the Jews. Remember, his passion was to better the condition of the Jews, and he was very active in an organization which was founded to better the condition of the Jews back in Strasbourg. So he's leaning against the pillar at Mass on the feast day of the circumcision of Jesus, praying to God for guidance in his burning desire to better the condition of the Jews. And he had been so depressed and gloomy, right? Everyone else was celebrating. It's New Year's Day. They're all with friends. They're all hugging each other and kissing each other. And he is like totally alone and dejected. And he says his prayer, and he feels all of the clouds of his depression dissipate. And he feels this tremendous surge of consolation and joy. And as he said, he felt, quote, "Your prayer has been answered." Okay? So this is setting the stage for what happened. So then he goes from there to Rome. And he's lonely in Rome. He runs into actually the brother of a Catholic, well, it's a long story, but of course, the brother of a schoolmate of his who was a Catholic. And this brother of his schoolmate is named Theodore de Boussier. So let me introduce some photographs now. So this is Alphonse Ratisbonne about the time we're talking about. It looks like he's wearing a clerical collar, so presumably this is after his conversion. but you can see the, kind of somewhat noble-bearing, aristocratic young Jewish man. And then, I'm not going to get too distracted. And here is Theodore de Bussière, who is the older brother of Alphonse's school friend, who he runs into in Rome. And since Alphonse is very lonely, and Theodore de Bussière is very gracious, Theodore de Bussière essentially invites Alphonse Ratisbonne first to visit him at his house, to call on him, which he does, and then de Bussière basically offers Alphonse to show him around Rome, be his tour guide around Rome. Okay, so that is again, is kind of setting the stage. Now, before Alphonse meets de Bussière in Rome, he is being led around by a commercial tour guide. And of course, what you do in Rome, everything that there is to see is actually connected with the Catholic Church. And so Alphonse is going around to the monuments and to the shrines and so forth as a tourist. And his guide, before running into de Bussière, tells Alphonse that there are two Jews who are about to be baptized in a church in Rome, in the Ara Coeli. And he innocently suggests to Alphonse, you're Jewish, maybe you want to come and, be present at their baptisms, see the event of their baptism. To which Ratisbonne responded, "Me, present at such infamies? No, I would not be able to keep myself from attacking the baptizers and the baptizees." Okay, so this is just like a couple of days before his own conversion. He says, I could not be present at the baptism of these Jews without throwing myself violently on the people baptizing them and on them themselves. Anyway, so he runs into Theodore de Bussière. Now, when Theodore de Bussière is taking around Alphonse, Alphonse is doing nothing but making fun of all of the sacred sites that he's being taken to. So, for instance, they ride in de Bussière's carriage past the Scala Sancta, the Holy Stairs, which are the stairs that were moved from Jerusalem to Rome that Pilate had Jesus dragged up, at the time of the Ecce Homo, at the time of Jesus' condemnation. And de Bussière is reverently pointing out the stairs, and people are climbing them on their knees, and Alphonse is mocking, really blasphemously mocking them. That's just an example of what was going on. And in fact, this is again Alphonse's words. In Rome, my natural gaiety led me to laugh at the most serious things, and the sparks of my jokes joined with the infernal fire of my blasphemies. Because after his conversion, he is, mea culpa, is contrite for the horrible blasphemies that he was spewing forth continually, touring Rome with de Bussière. De Bussière's response to him was, quote, "Despite your carrying on, I'm convinced that one day you will be Christian, because there is a depth of honesty that reassures and persuades me that you will be enlightened even if the Lord has to send you an angel from heaven." He did one better. He sent the Queen of Angels from heaven to enlighten him just a couple of days later, okay? So anyway, but back to the story. De Bussière spoke about the grandeur of Catholicism. I answered with the ironies and accusations that I had so often read or heard. Remember, I'm reading from Ratisbonne's account. Finally, de Bussière said to me, "So, since you detest such superstition, and you profess such liberal doctrines, since you are such a strong and enlightened spirit, would you have the courage to submit yourself to an entirely innocent test?" "What test?" "To wear an object that I will give you here. It is a medal of the Blessed Virgin Mary. This seems quite ridiculous to you, no? But as to me, I attach great value to this medal. not coincidentally, this medal. I'm sure you're all familiar with the miraculous medal. Now, this is de Boussierre's response. The proposition, I confess, surprised me with its childish oddity. I did not expect such a foolishness. My first reaction was to laugh, shrugging my shoulders, but the thought came to me that the scene would provide a delicious chapter to my travel journal, so I consented to take the medal as proof to offer my fiancée. The medal was put around my neck. I burst out laughing. Look at me, Catholic, Apostolic, Roman. It was the demon prophesying through my mouth. So the scene is de Boussiere is challenging him to wear this medal around his neck. Not all the details are in this little extract from Ratisbonne's account. And Ratisbonne initially says, no, that's stupid. I'm not going to, go along with it. To which de Boussiere said, oh, well, then you must attach some importance to it, because if it meant absolutely nothing, you would do it simply to humor me and to essentially mock me. And so Ratisbonne accepts the challenge to wear it, saying to himself, essentially, this is going to be a very amusing anecdote for me to tell my fiancée when I get home, and I'm going to have the medal as a kind of souvenir of this anecdote. So that's why he accepts the medal. Never do that, guys. I'm going to give you a little personal account here. Some of you may know that my parents were very opposed to my entering the Catholic Church, my conversion, needless to say. And at some point after I had told them that I had become Catholic, but before the end of their lives, before they became Catholic, that's how the story ended, I was home visiting them. It's probably about 10 years after I had entered the church. And I surreptitiously put a miraculous medal under my mother's mattress at home, at my parents' house when I was visiting, secretly. And about like 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, I get this awkward call from my mother. And she says, the maid found something under my mattress. And I think it was probably you that put it there. I said, what is it? And she said, it's some kind of a medal. It's you who put it there, isn't it? And I confessed. And I said, yes, I put it there. I'm sorry if it offended you. I'll take it back the next time I'm home. And my mother said, no, that's not necessary. I'll keep it. So anyway, and then about whenever it was, 20 years later, 15 years later, she ended up entering the church. So even if you're like making fun of these sacramentals, they have their power. So anyway, so he agrees to wear the miraculous medal. Back to, of course, Alphonse Ratisbonne. So back to that scene. Now, de Boussiere was innocently triumphant in his victory, and he wanted to reap all the benefits. And now, he said, you must complete the test. You must every morning and evening recite the Memorare, a very short but very efficacious prayer that St. Bernard composed to the Virgin Mary. My interlocutor insisted. He said that in refusing to recite the short prayer, I was rendering the test invalid. I didn't attach too much importance to these things, so I said, okay, I promise to recite this prayer. If it does me no good, at least it can do me no harm. I sat down to copy the prayer, which is as follows. Now, I'm sure you all know the Memorare, but I did bring it up here, or rather I prepared the slide with it. So here's the Memorare that Alphonse Ratisbonne copied and agreed to recite every day. Remember, O most gracious Virgin Mary, that never was it known that anyone who fled to your protection, implored your help, or sought your intercession was left unaided. Inspired by this confidence, I fly unto you, O Virgin of Virgins, my Mother. To you I come, before you I stand, sinful and sorrowful. O Mother of the Word incarnate, despise not my petitions, but in your mercy hear and answer me. Amen. And I just recited that, and I think that many of you probably silently recited along with me for the conversion of all of those who are on our hearts that we would like to bring into the fullness of the Catholic faith. I'm sure that many of you even have family members who were probably baptized Catholic as infants that you'd like to see enter the fullness of the Catholic faith. So for that intention, let us have said that prayer. So anyway, that is Ratisbonne's account. Oh, first, let me also, just for fun, of course, I'm sure you all know what the miraculous medal looks like, but here is, kind of like a blown up image of the miraculous medal, and the prayer on the front of the medal, which, if you know my witness testimony, is actually the first prayer that the Blessed Virgin Mary taught me when she appeared to me. O Mary, conceived without sin, pray for us who have recourse to you. And the image on the medal is the Blessed Virgin Mary with her arms outstretched, with rings on all her fingers. And from the rings are rays of light shining down on the earth. And the image and the medal was given by the Blessed Virgin Mary to St. Catherine Labouré in Paris in 1830 in what's known as the Rue de Bac apparition, because that's where it took place. That's in the street where it took place, the convent that St. Catherine Labouré was in. It's also known, of course, as the apparition of the miraculous medal. The Blessed Virgin Mary asked that that medal be struck. The Blessed Virgin Mary didn't give it the title of the miraculous medal. It earned that title by itself because it became very popular and there were so many miracles attributed to it. And the Blessed Virgin Mary also specified what should be on the back of the medal, and that's the image of the back of the medal that you see. It's probably worth a whole show on the miraculous medal. But anyway, so Alphonse Ratisbonne leaves de Boussierre's house wearing the miraculous medal and having agreed to recite the Memorare every day. So then I'm going to go now to de Boussierre's account of what had happened. He's the Catholic friend that was on the other side of this negotiation. After he had gone, my wife and I looked at each other for some time without saying a word. Then, still upset by the blasphemies to which we had been obliged to listen, we implored God to forgive our visitor, and we asked our little daughters to say the Hail Mary each night for his conversion. That evening, in accordance with a long-standing Roman custom, it was my turn to stand vigil before the Blessed Sacrament with some friends. I begged them to join with me in praying for the conversion of a Jew. So this is essentially exposition and adoration in front of the Blessed. I'm not sure it was exposition actually, but it was adoration in front of the Blessed Sacrament in a church. Anyway, so he goes. It was his turn to do it with some others, and he asked his friends to join him in the conversion, in praying for the conversion of a Jew. The following day, January 16th, 1842, I dined at the Borghese Palace with the Count de La Fournais. After dinner, I told him what was on my mind, earnestly commending my young Jewish friend to his prayers. In the course of our intimate conversation, he told me of the confidence he always had in Our Lady's protection, even in the days when a busy political life had not allowed him much time for prayer. Have no fear, he said. If he says the Memorare, he is yours, and many more too. That night, Monsieur de La Fournais died suddenly at 11 o'clock, leaving to those who mourned him the memory of a life of exemplary virtue. Okay, I'm going to stop there. I'll continue in a moment. Okay, but look at this scene. In the chat before the show, some people were talking about the miracles that happen every day. And this is an incredible miracle and is an incredible, beautiful story about how God works. Because, first of all, after Ratisbonne leaves, de Boussierre isn't angry with him for all of the blasphemies, including in front of his young daughters, which would have been very offensive. But he forgives him, and he encourages basically his family, including his young daughters, to pray every night for his conversion. I'm sure that the prayer of innocent 4 or 6-year-old little girls with their whole heart is extremely powerful. Then he's praying before the Blessed Sacrament, which is extremely powerful, and asks his friends praying before the Blessed Sacrament to pray for the conversion of this Jewish man. Again, an extremely powerful form of prayer. Of course, one can't encourage it too much. And then this Count Lafournais agrees to take on the cause of praying for the conversion of his friend. And what happens? Whoops, he dies unexpectedly that night, okay? So to all appearances, it certainly seems that on some level, Lafournais offered his life for the conversion of this Jewish man. You'll see more evidence of that later in the story. Now, this Lafournais, who offered his life for the conversion of Ratisbonne, and as he says, many more besides, which is true because the Ratisbonnes were behind the entry into the church of the next 2 sets of Jewish converts that I want to talk about today. If I ever get to them, I talk too much. That he offered his life for their conversion. Okay. Now, Count de Lafournais, in offering his life, was not offering a inconsequential life. I know no life is inconsequential. All lives are equally valuable. All granted. Okay. But remember that this meeting with Lafournais was at the Borghese Palace. The Borghese Palace in Rome, where he lived. Now, the Borghese Palace is not a shack. This is the Borghese Palace in Rome. Now, of course, it's huge. What is that? 100 rooms or something? But, it's just this big brick building, right? You don't know how grand it is. Maybe it's a barracks inside. So I happen to have a picture of one of the interior rooms, okay? So this is where this count lived, okay? This is, this is not a nobody, to say the least. Now, it doesn't mean that his life is any more valuable, but I did want to talk about this just for a moment, okay? Think of how Catholic he was. Think of how devout he was, this Count de Lafournais. And he was a politician. He must have been, one of the leaders of Italy, essentially, the political leaders. It wasn't Italy yet, even, of Rome. Untold wealth, untold political power, and yet the faith was by far the most important thing to him. He was praying, he went to adoration through the night with his friend de Bussière, right? This merger, this running together of the people who are running society, running the government, and yet the absolute fullness of the faith and devoutness and prayerfulness and the centrality of God. This is what Christendom was supposed to be. And this is what Christendom used to be in much of Christendom. We have saints, canonized saints, who were kings, right? Like King Louis. We have, I'm drawing a blank. The last of the Habsburgs, Blessed Karl, who's a blessed, who was the last. I think he actually was the last ruler of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This is what was supposed to be. Imagine how orderly and God-oriented a society would be if our leaders really had God at the center and really lived for God and took their position, all of their power, all of their influence over society, and put it in the service of bringing people to God, which was the case in those days, in many cases, not in every case, of course. There are a lot of corrupt people always. But it's the model. It's what was supposed to be. And in that light, I don't want to sound too chauvinistic, but I was tremendously moved by that picture of President Trump and the First Lady on their knees in front of the statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary in the Basilica of the Immaculate Conception in Washington, D.C., praying for the well-being of our country, on their knees in front of the Blessed Virgin Mary. I know that some people think that it was a hypocritical gesture. I have no way of knowing, but I see no reason to necessarily conclude that. I think that grace was at work, and I think it was a tremendous outpouring of grace for our country. And I just hope that it was genuine, and that he continues on his knees praying to the Blessed Virgin Mary, because if this country has a hope, that's where it lies. Anyway, okay, enough preaching. So, back to Debussier's account of the death of La Fournée, that of his having given his life essentially for the conversion of Ratisbonne. Okay, so these are the words of Debussier, and he's talking about the death of La Fournée. Having loved him a long time as though he were my father, I shared not only the sorrow felt by his family, but the sad duties which devolved upon them in making the funeral arrangements. Okay, so it was actually Debussier who had to make the funeral arrangements for Count de La Fournée. Yet the thought of Ratisbonne followed me everywhere, even as I knelt beside my dead friend's coffin. I think the dead friend was inspiring those thoughts of Ratisbonne. You'll see what I'm talking about. I spent part of the night with the grieving family. I did not wish to leave my friend's remains, but I could not banish from my mind the thought of the soul I was anxious to win for the faith. See how they're intertwined, his desire for Ratisbonne's conversion and his thoughts of his friend La Fournée, who had just died, given his life for the conversion of Ratisbonne, probably. When I mentioned my predicament to my spiritual director, he urged me by all means to carry on the work I had begun. In doing so, he said, I would best fulfill the wishes of my departed friend, who had prayed so fervently for the conversion of the young Jew. So we're going to get to the climax of this story. Okay, so now we're in the morning of January 20th, which by my count would be, it's 4 days after the death of La Fournée. Or it's 3 or 4 days after the death of La Fournée. The morning of January 20th, at a cafe in Place d'Espagne in Rome with some friends, this is now Ratisbonne's words again. If someone came to me and said, Alphonse, in 15 minutes you will adore Jesus Christ. You will be prostrate in a poor church, beating your breast at the feet of a priest, and you will spend Carnival preparing for baptism, I would have thought no one could be crazier. Leaving the cafe, I saw the carriage of Monsieur Theodore Debussier. It stopped, and I was invited to climb aboard for a drive. The weather was superb, and I accepted with pleasure. But Monsieur Debussier asked me if he could stop for a few minutes at the church of San Andrea della Frata, which was nearby, for an errand he had to do. He suggested that I wait in the carriage, but I preferred to get out to see the church. Remember, this is now Ratisbonne talking. Preparations for a funeral were underway, and I asked the name of the deceased who was to receive the final honors. Debussier replied, it is a friend of mine, Count de La Fournée. His sudden death is the cause of the distress that you've noticed in me the last couple of days. I did not know, I had never seen Monsieur de La Fournée, and I had no reaction other than the vague discomfort one always feels at the news of a sudden death. Monsieur Debussier went into the cloister to make some arrangements, telling me, be patient, it will only take 2 minutes. Okay, so that's that scene. Let me again bring up some visual aids for that scene. First of all, the Place d'Espagne in Rome. You may have heard of the Spanish Steps. España, Spain, right? That's linked. This is, this is today, but this is the Place d'Espagne in Rome. It's a very gay, usually a lot of cafes with outdoor tables, a lot of people enjoying the outdoor air and festivity in Rome, and the grand Spanish Steps going up to another church at the top of the Spanish Steps. So that was the scene where Ratisbonne was enjoying the glorious day, and then de Bussière took him to do the errand, which was to arrange for the funeral of La Frenais at San Andrea della Frada, which is only about a block and a half away. That's San Andrea della Frada, not such a such an imposing church from the outside. And I have a shot of the interior of San Andrea della Frada. For a Rome church, this isn't considered particularly grand, but for us today, it still looks pretty grand. Okay, so that is the scene where this took place. So let me go back to a normal shot here. So back to the words of Ratisbonne. The church of San Andrea della Frata was small, poor, and deserted. I think I was pretty much alone. No piece of art attracted my attention. I walked mechanically, looking around without stopping at any particular without stopping at any particular thing. All of a sudden, the whole church disappeared. I no longer saw anything, or rather, oh my God, I saw only one thing. I had been in the church a moment when I was suddenly seized with an indescribable agitation of mind. I looked up and found that the rest of the building had disappeared. One single chapel seemed to have gathered all the light and concentrated it in itself. In the midst of this radiance, I saw someone standing on the altar, a lofty, shining figure, all majesty and sweetness, the Virgin Mary, just as she looks on this medal. Some irresistible force drew me towards her. She motioned to me to kneel down, and when I did so, she seemed to approve. Though she never said a word, I understood her perfectly. However incomplete and inexact the language, the positive fact is that I found myself a new being, a blank tablet. The world suddenly meant nothing to me. My bias against Christianity no longer existed. The prejudices of my childhood did not leave the slightest trace. Now I'm going to paste in another account of Ratisbonne about the experience. I could not account for the truths of the faith which had been infused in me. All I can say is that in a moment the blindfold dropped from my eyes, not only a single blindfold, but a whole slew of blindfolds that had enveloped me disappeared rapidly one after the other, as snow and fog and ice disappear under the influence of the burning sun. I climbed out of a tomb, an abyss of shadows, and I was alive, perfectly alive, but I wept. I saw at the bottom of the abyss the extreme misery from which I had been pulled by an infinite mercy. I shuddered at the sight of all my iniquities, and I was stupefied, moved to compassion, knocked out with admiration and gratitude. I thought of my brother with an indescribable joy, but tears of pity mingled with my tears of love. Alas, so many men went calmly down into that pit, blinded by pride or indifference. They descended there to be swallowed alive in the horrible shadows. And my family, my fiancé, my poor sisters, I was torn apart with anxiety. It was of you that I was thinking, you that I love. It was for you that I offered my first prayers. Will you not raise your eyes to the Savior of the world, whose blood erased the stain of original sin? Oh, how hideous is the imprint of that stain! It renders completely unrecognizable the creature made in the image of God. I have been asked how I learned these truths, since I swear that I never opened a religious book, never read a single page of the Bible, and the dogma of original sin, totally forgotten and denied by the Jews of today, never for an instant occupied my thoughts. I don't think I even knew the name. How then did I arrive at this knowledge? I cannot explain it. All that I know is that I entered the church knowing nothing, and I left it seeing clearly. I cannot explain the change except by comparing it to a man who awakens suddenly from a deep sleep, or to a man born blind who all of a sudden sees the light of day. He sees, but he is unable to explain the light that illumines the objects he is seeing. I will go on to more of Ratisbonne's description of the event, the apparition of the Blessed Virgin Mary, which is now church approved, that occurred to him. But let me show some pictures and make some comments. First of all, it took place, the altar over which the Blessed Virgin Mary appeared was at the time the altar to St. Michael the Archangel. And it was under a picture of St. Michael the Archangel. Now here is that picture today in the church. Why is this significant? Because according to the Old Testament, St. Michael the Archangel is the patron saint of the Jewish people. So I think it's pretty significant. Now that altar, the chapel that in that time had been the chapel of St. Michael the Archangel has been changed since then to be the chapel of the miraculous medal. So now the picture over the altar is the picture of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Essentially, the Virgin of the Miracle is the name of that particular picture of the Virgin Mary. And it is the image of the Blessed Virgin Mary which appears on the miraculous medal. Now, if you're looking at the slide on your screen right now, you will see two busts, one to the left and one to the right. The bust to the left is a bust of Alphonse Ratisbonne, and the one to the right is a bust of St. Maximilian Kolbe. Now, it's obvious why the bust of St. Alphonse Ratisbonne is there to the left, and in fact, let me pull up. Let me see if it's where it is. Here it is. The bust of Alphonse Ratisbonne is there because the miracle occurred there. And in fact, that plaque above it says, in this chapel, the Madonna appeared to the Jew Alphonse Ratisbonne, converted to Christ, January 20th, 1842. So that's why his bust is there. But why is Maximilian Kolbe's bust there? In this chapel of the apparition, St. Maximilian Kolbe celebrated his first Mass. It is the altar on which Maximilian Kolbe wanted to celebrate his first Mass, because Maximilian Kolbe's, the center of his spirituality was his Marianism, his devotion to the Blessed Virgin Mary, his total consecration to the Blessed Virgin Mary. The monastery he founded was the city of the Immaculata. All of the monastery, the monastery he founded in Poland was the city of the Immaculata in Niepokalanów, and the monastery he founded in Japan was the city of the Immaculata. His motto was "Love the Immaculata." And what does it say on the miraculous medal, of course, is, O Mary conceived without sin, O Mary, the Immaculate Conception. Mary's self-identification as the Immaculate Conception was at the center of St. Maximilian Kolbe's theology of the role of the Blessed Virgin Mary in salvation. And I promise St. Maximilian Kolbe that I will do a show on the spirituality of St. Maximilian Kolbe. Okay, so I'll talk about this more then. That might even be my next show, since it kind of ties in. Now, you see on this medal the rays that are flowing from the Blessed Virgin Mary's fingers. You see it also in the painting over the altar. Here's like a close-up of the painting over the altar. You see the rays of light that are flowing they're actually flowing from the jewels on the rings on her fingers. Thank God that St. Catherine Labouré asked during the apparition to her, what are those rays of light flowing from your fingers, and why are some of the jewels dark and have no rays of light flowing from them? And the Blessed Virgin Mary's response was that the rays of light flowing from the rings on her fingers were graces that she was sending down to mankind, that God was sending down to mankind, through, with Mary as the intermediary. She's not the source of anything, but she is the channel. It's dogma, guys, whether you like it or not. It's actually dogma that all of the grace that flows to mankind from God flows through the hands of the Blessed Virgin Mary. I'll talk about that dogma on the show about Maximilian Kolbe. So then St. Catherine Labouré asks, what about the rings that are dark, that don't have any rays flowing from them? And the Blessed Virgin Mary's response is, those are graces that no one is asking for, so I can't give them, okay? So let's all be inspired, to be, excuse me for saying this, to be like, am I allowed to say grubby little Jews? Maybe I can say that about myself, grubby, greedy little Jews, and at least ask the Blessed Virgin Mary for all the graces that no one else is asking for, because she wants to give them, right? It's doing her a favor. So let's all beseech her for all of the graces that she desires to cast over mankind, to shower mankind with, that no one is asking for. Let's beg her for those. So anyway, so that is the Madonna of the Miraculous Medal. Let's go back to the chapel there. This is the chapel where this event occurred. Now, back to Ratisbonne's account. How could I ever speak of it? Oh no, human words are totally incapable of expressing that which is inexpressible. Any description, however sublime, would only be a profanation of the ineffable truth. I was there prostrate, bathed in my tears, my heart beating out of my chest, when Monsieur de Bussière recalled me to life. Now remember, de Bussière, I'll go back to, this just main image. De Bussière had left Ratisbonne in the main body of the church while he went into the sacristy to make arrangements for the funeral of La Fournée. And then he came back after he had made those arrangements and found Ratisbonne on his knees in the chapel of St. Michael, in front of the altar of St. Michael, above which the Blessed Virgin Mary had appeared. Okay, so I was there prostrate, bathed in my tears, when Monsieur de Bussière recalled me to life. I was unable to reply to his sudden questions, but finally I grabbed the medal that I had left around my neck. I bathed with kisses the image of the Virgin pouring forth rays of grace. Oh, it was really her. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know whether I was Alphonse or someone else. I felt so entirely changed that I thought I was another self. I tried to find myself and couldn't. The most intense joy burst in the depths of my soul. I was unable to speak. I wanted to reveal nothing. I felt something so solemn and sacred that I had to speak to a priest. I was taken to one. And it was only after receiving a direct order that I spoke to the extent possible, on my knees and with trembling heart. I begged my confessor and Monsieur de Bussière to keep what had happened to me completely secret. I wanted to bury myself in a Trappist monastery, to occupy myself only with eternal things. I felt ready for anything, and I eagerly sought baptism. They wanted me to wait. But what? I cried. The Jews who heard the preaching of the apostles were baptized on the spot. And you want me to wait after I heard the Queen of Apostles? My emotions, my violent desire, my supplications touched the hearts of the kind men who had welcomed me, and they promised me, to my everlasting joy, baptism. Okay, so a couple of comments are appropriate here. First of all, I hope I don't get in trouble, but there is nothing wrong about being greedy and pushy for the things of heaven. If only those who know about the value of eternal life, the value of prayer, what awaits us after death, were as motivated in that pursuit as, the Bill Gates of the world are motivated to make the next billion. Jesus himself, by my understanding of his words, chastised us. Didn't he say the children of this world are wiser in their pursuits than the children of the light are in theirs? Would that you be as pushy in the pursuit of the interests of heaven as the people of this world, the worldlings, are in their pursuit for the things of this world, okay? So this pushiness, there's a little ethnic chauvinism here, a little Jewish chauvinism. The Jews are accused of being pushy. I don't know if that's true or not. I know it's true personally of me, okay? So anyway, here is Ratisbonne being pushy, right? He's told he has to wait. He has to go through RCIA to get baptized. And what's his response? What? On Pentecost Sunday, the Jews who heard the preaching of the apostles were baptized on the spot? And you want me to wait when I was preached to by the Queen of Apostles? So he was pushy for a very good thing, and they relented, and they agreed to his immediate baptism. Same thing with the rays coming from the rings on Mary's fingers that aren't asked for, right? I mean, let's be pushy. Let's be a battalion of pushy Catholics besieging heaven for the graces that our friends, that our relatives, and that the world certainly needs. Okay, so anyway, now here, okay, this is now de Boussierre's account of the scene in Saint Andrea del Frate. Yeah, people hate pushy people. I'm not sure that the Most Holy Trinity and the Blessed Virgin Mary hate pushy people when they're being pushy for the right things. I hope they don't. I hope they don't. Because I don't want to be hated by them. Okay, so this is de Boussierre's account of the same event. That's what I'm doing. I'm bouncing back and forth between de Boussierre's account and Ratisbonne's account, okay? So about 1 o'clock, I had to go and make some arrangements at the church of San Andrea della Frate for the funeral ceremony fixed for the next day. Seeing Ratisbonne coming down the Via Condotti, I invited him to accompany me and wait a few minutes while I attended to my business, and then to continue on with me. We entered the church. Noticing the funeral preparations, he asked for whom they were. For a friend I have lost, I replied, whom I loved very much, Monsieur de la Fournais. He then began to walk up and down the nave, his cold, indifferent gaze seeming to say, "What a frightful church." I left him and went off to the convent to arrange a tribune reservation for the dead man's family. I could not have been away more than 10 minutes. When I returned, I saw nothing of Ratisbonne at first. Then I caught sight of him on his knees in the chapel of St. Michael the Archangel. I went up to him and touched him. I had to do this 3 or 4 times before he became aware of my presence. Finally, he turned towards me, face bathed with tears, clasped his hands together, and said with an expression which no words can describe, how that friend of yours must have prayed for me. So supernaturally, Ratisbonne was aware that his conversion came from not only the prayers of de la Fournais, but by de la Fournais offering his life, which God accepted, for the conversion of Ratisbonne and many more after him. Back to the words of de Boussierre. I was petrified with astonishment. I felt what people must feel in the presence of a miracle. I helped Ratisbonne to his feet and led him, almost carrying him, out of the church. Then I asked him what was the matter and where did he want to go. "Take me wherever you like," he cried. "After what I have seen, I shall obey." I urged him to explain his meaning, but he was unable to. His emotion was too strong. Instead, he took hold of his miraculous medal and kissed it with passionate emotion. He broke into tears, at the thought of all the heretics and unbelievers. Finally, he asked me if I thought him mad. "Of course I am not mad," he went on before I had a chance to speak. "I am in my right mind, oh God, of course I am not mad. Everyone knows that I am not mad." Gradually, this delirious emotion subsided, and he grew calmer, and now his face was radiant, almost transfigured. He begged me to take him to a priest and asked when he could receive holy baptism, for now he was sure he could not live without it. I took him at once to the Jesu, that's the Jesuit church in Rome, to see Father de Villefort, who invited him to explain what had happened. Ratisbonne drew out his medal, kissed it, and showed it to us, saying, I saw her, and again emotion choked his words, but soon he grew calmer and spoke. I shall give his own words. From this, then I gave his own words before there. From this moment on, it was enough to hear him speak. Faith exhaled from his heart like a precious perfume from a casket that holds but cannot imprison. He spoke of the real presence like a man who believed in it with all his being, like a man who had experienced it. Upon leaving Father de Villefort, we went to give thanks to God, first at St. Mary Major, the Basilica Beloved of Our Lady, and then at St. Peter's. He prayed with great fervor at the tombs of the holy apostles. When I told him the account of the conversion of St. Paul, all his former emotion returned. At the altar of the Blessed Sacrament, the real presence of Jesus so overwhelmed him that he was on the verge of fainting, and I had to take him away. So terrible did it seem to him to remain before the living God, stained as he was with original sin. He hastened to take refuge in the Lady Chapel. Here, he said, I have no fear, for I feel protected by some boundless mercy. I asked him for more details of the miraculous vision. Okay, now back to the words of Ratisbonne. At first I had been able to see the Queen of Heaven clearly, appearing in all splendor of her immaculate beauty, but I had not been able to bear the radiance of that divine light for long. 3 times I tried to look up at her, and 3 times I found myself unable to raise my eyes higher than her hands, from which blessings and graces seemed to be falling like so many shining rays. O God, only half an hour before I was blaspheming and felt a deadly hatred for the Catholic religion. All my acquaintances know that, humanly speaking, I had the strongest reasons for remaining a Jew. My family is Jewish. My bride-to-be is a Jewess. My uncle is a Jew. By becoming a Catholic, I am sacrificing all my earthly hopes and interests, and yet I am not mad, so they must believe me. Back to Dubussier's words. Surely the sincerity and good faith of such a man are beyond question, who, at the age of 28, could sacrifice all his joys and all his hopes for the sake of his conscience. Remember, he was going to be obscenely wealthy, the owner of his own bank, married to this young woman who he was desperately in love with, and he was happy to cast that all away for what he had experienced and for the eternity of what he was going to experience and the eternity of what we are going to experience. So remember what Jesus said, right? Unless a seed fall to the ground and die, it has no life. But when it does, I don't remember the quote exactly. You know what I mean. To have the fullness of life, we have to die to ourselves. And of course, Ratisbonne did not need the gift of faith, so to speak. It was given to him on a silver platter. So when he saw the infinite love of the Blessed Virgin Mary, that he was trading the love of his fiancée for, it was a no-brainer. And when he saw the life of serving heaven and the eternity of bliss that awaited him, it was a no-brainer for him to trade away his extremely comfortable and wealthy and luxurious and happy life on earth. Anyway, back to Dubussier's words. one who at the age of 28 could sacrifice all his joys and all his hopes for the sake of his conscience. The news of this striking miracle began to spread throughout Rome. I was with him at Father de Villefort's when General Czapulski came up to him. "So you have seen a vision of Our Lady?" He said, "Tell me." "A vision," cried Ratisbonne, interrupting him. "I saw her herself, as she really is in person, just as I can see you standing before me now. Such are the facts which I submit for the consideration of all serious-minded people. I myself wandered too long in the gloom and confusion of Protestantism, and I shall be happy if this simple narrative may rouse some soul to cry, like the blind man in the Gospel, 'Lord, that I may see.' For if a man but pray, God will not fail to open his eyes to the light of the Catholic truth." So with this, I'm going to end the account of Ratisbonne's conversion. I will point out something that my wife made me aware of just in the last 2 weeks, which is Cardinal Newman, Blessed Cardinal Newman, or is he Saint Cardinal Newman now? His final step of his conversion to the Catholic faith came from reading the account of Ratisbonne's conversion. Anyway, that's just a little aside. The conversion of the next 2 sets of Jewish converts I'm going to mention were very tied to Ratisbonne's conversion. But let me first talk about how Alphonse Ratisbonne and his older brother Theodore, remember him who had entered the church first, spent their lives. In 1847, so 5 years after this apparition, after this appearance of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Alphonse Ratisbonne was ordained a priest. He spent the rest of his life working and praying for the conversion of his fellow Jews. He moved to the Holy Land with his brother Theodore. Now, Theodore had been, Alphonse also joined the Jesuits, but they applied for and were given permission to leave the Jesuit order and to start their own order called the Fathers of Our Lady of Zion, and also to start a women's order called Sisters of Our Lady of Zion in the Holy Land to pray for the conversion of the Jews. So they started a congregation of priests and a congregation of contemplative sisters to pray for the conversion of the Jews in the Holy Land. And that's how they spent the rest of their lives, was organizing and working for the conversion of the Jews. Alphonse and Theodore actually also opened a house in Paris. I have the name, I'll come to it later. I think it's called the Catechumenate for Young People, which was a house for people who were catechumens to enter the Catholic faith, most of whom were Jews. And that house was central in the stories of the other Jewish converts that I'm going to talk about in the course of the afternoon. And what property did they buy for the convent for the Sisters of Our Lady of Zion in the Holy Land to pray for the conversion of the Jews? Well, you can see the convent. You can actually stay there now. They operate as a pilgrimage house in Jerusalem. It's not very prepossessing. Here's a picture of it. It's on a street you may have heard of. It's called the Via Dolorosa. It's actually on the Via Dolorosa, on the path that Jesus was led to from his condemnation in front of Pontius Pilate's palace to Golgotha, where he was crucified. And it's in fact at the very beginning of the Via Dolorosa, because it is actually built over the pavement where the Jews were standing when it was the pavement in front of Pontius Pilate's palace. Remember, the Jews were standing there. You all remember the scene from, I'm going to pull it up here. The scene from the Passion of the Christ, right? Here you have Pontius Pilate having condemned Jesus to death, or actually having condemned him to be scourged. He hasn't yet condemned him to death. And he brings him out, bloody, tortured, flagellated, his no square inch of his skin whole, almost flayed alive. And he says, "Behold the man," hoping to appeal to the compassion of the Jewish crowd on the sidewalk in front of him, to which they cry out, "Crucify him, crucify him." And Pontius Pilate says, "What? You're calling for the crucifixion of this man who I find no crime in?" And what do the Jews cry out? I'm sorry, but this is what it says in the Gospels. "Crucify him, crucify him. His blood be on us and on our children." That is the property that the Ratisbonne brothers purchased for their convent. This is a picture of the basement of the convent. This is the flagstones, or whatever kind of stones they are. They're not flagstones, the paving stones of Lysistratos, of the pavement in front of Pontius Pilate's palace. It's the basement of the convent of the Sisters of Our Lady of Zion to this day. In fact, for instance, one of those paving stones has this game that the Roman soldiers carved into the stone for some kind of game of dice or something. You can see circles and squares. Needless to say, of course, I always bring my pilgrimage groups to the Holy Land, to this place, to pray for the conversion of the Jews on the spot where the Jews said, "His blood be on us and on our children." That's why the Ratisbonne brothers had this be the site of the convent of sisters who were praying for the conversion of the Jews on the spot where the Jews had said that. Now, lest this sound too negative, so to speak, let me close this little segment, hour and a quarter segment, with a very, very beautiful prayer from Pope Leo XIII. That's part of the consecration to the Sacred Heart, which makes reference to the Jews crying out, "His blood be on us and on our children." This is a prayer to Jesus, needless to say. "Be thou king of all those who are still involved in the darkness of idolatry or of Islam, and refuse not to draw them all into light and kingdom of God. Turn thine eyes of mercy towards the children of the Jewish race, from the beginning thy chosen people. Of old they called down upon themselves the blood of the Savior. May it now descend upon them as a shower of redemption and of life. Amen." Isn't that beautiful? So Pope Leo XIII is kind of reversing that curse that the Jews call down upon themselves, right? "His blood be on us and on our children." And he's saying, yes, Jesus, dear Jesus, let your blood be on them and on their children. Let your blood pour down upon the unfortunate children of the Jewish race from the outset of your chosen people, from the outset, your chosen people. Let it pour down on them, but not as a curse, but as the shower of redemption and of life. Because, of course, that's what Jesus' blood from the cross truly is. It's a shower of redemption and of life. So he's reversing this kind of curse into the ultimate blessing. So with that, as a matter of fact, let me close with close this segment. You don't get to go home yet. You're already home. Of course, you get to turn this off and, watch the rest of the show later too. But in any case, let me close the segment on the Ratisbonne brothers. Although the rest of the show is going to involve the Ratisbonne brothers because they were involved in the conversions of the other Jews that I'm going to talk about. And by the way, let me give you a little bit of fair warning if you're watching the live stream. If you're not watching the live stream, this will be moot. But I'll tell you what I think I might do, since I'm going on so long, is I think that after, God forbid, it's going to be 2 hours before I get to this. In other words, it's going to be another 45 minutes before I get to the end of the next convert. I may split this. Into a separate live stream immediately, so that it'll appear on YouTube as a separate recording. I'm not sure. Anyway, neither here nor there for the moment. Let me just close this segment with another prayer for the conversion of the Jews. This is from the breviary, the Catholic breviary for the Week of Christian Unity. I believe it's the sixth day, is dedicated to prayer for the conversion of the Jews. This is a kosher Catholic prayer. O God, who manifests your mercy and compassion towards all peoples, have mercy upon the Jewish race, from the outset your chosen people. You selected them alone out of all the nations of the world to be the custodians of your sacred teachings. From them you raised up prophets and patriarchs to announce the coming of the Redeemer. You willed that your only Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, should be a Jew according to the flesh, born of a Jewish maiden in the land of promise. Listen to the prayers we offer to you today for the conversion of the Jewish people. Grant that they may come safely to a knowledge and a love of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Messiah foretold by their prophets, and that they may walk with us in the way of salvation. Amen, amen, amen. So, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to just put up, a, let me see what a 5-minute break amounts to. It means till 20 minutes after the hour. And I am going to put up the opening screen. Again, of course, bear with me a minute. I'm going to put up the opening screen. I am going to absent myself for about 3 or 4 minutes. Don't worry, you'll have that beautiful music on again. And I will come back. But I can't talk forever. And I'll also have a sip of, of iced coffee to recharge my voice. So you may want to go to the bathroom or grab a cold beer or something too. So I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes. So let me go back to the music and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
O gloriosissimi lux vivens angeli, qui infra divinitatem divinos oculos
Well, I'm sorry to replace that beautiful music, but here I'm back. Thanks for hanging with me if you have. And thanks for joining me if you haven't, if you're coming back later. And this is going to be a long show. So I apologize for not being here next Sunday, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, but maybe you can save some of this show for next Sunday or something. I know it's not the same without the live stream. Anyway, on to the next, which is Hermann Cohen. Now, I'm going to launch into Hermann Cohen. It's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful story. And his spirituality, I'm actually going to talk more about his spirituality than I did about the Ratisbonne Brothers, because that was mostly about the event of the conversion itself. But let me say some of the connections so you know what's going on. Now, first of all, as I mentioned, the Alphonse Ratisbonne's conversion experience was 1842. Hermann Cohen's conversion experience was 1847. So we're talking about 5 years later. And he was baptized where? He was baptized in the chapel of Our Lady of Zion in Paris, which was the catechumenate that the Ratisbonne Brothers had founded in Paris. Remember, this is 1847, so they only started the congregation in the Holy Land in 1847. So this is before they had moved to the Holy Land. So they were actually baptized. Hermann Cohen was brought into the church, aided by the Ratisbonne Brothers. You'll see that appearing, and was baptized in their chapel in Paris. That's one thing. The other thing is that Hermann Cohen did become a saint, although he was not canonized. There is a cause for it. When you hear the story, you'll realize, I hope, that he actually is a saint. The Carmelites were embarrassed by their number of Jewish saints. This is true. I spoke. Boy, oops. I have to learn to silence my cell phone. Sorry about that. Hermann Cohen, I'm getting ahead of myself. He actually is responsible for having reintroduced the Carmelites into England. They had been suppressed at the time of the Reformation. And I had the great privilege of being shown around one of the monasteries he founded in England by one of the older monks there. And he told me that the Carmelites had backed off on the cause of Hermann Cohen, his canonization, because they were embarrassed by having too many Jewish saints, because Saint Edith Stein had just been canonized at the time, or maybe they were still pushing the cause of Saint Edith Stein, and they didn't want to look like, like Judaizers or something, so they want to wait a little. His cause is underway. But anyway, where was I going? I was going to say that that a saint's day on the calendar is the day that they die, because the day that they die is the day of their entry into heaven. So it's really their true birthday. Hermann Cohen died on January 20th. Does that ring a bell? January 20th was the day of the apparition of the Blessed Virgin Mary to Alphonse Ratisbonne. So there are all of these, kind of intertwinings of destiny in these Jewish converts, which is one reason to combine them all in this show. Okay, Hermann Cohen. Who was he? He was born in 1821. So again, he was, just 7 years younger than Alphonse Ratisbonne. He was a super child prodigy. He actually was incredibly brilliant in school also, but the real superstardom prodigy that he was on the piano, was in music. And at the age of 4, he begged to be taught to play the piano. But then by the age of 6, he was playing all of the popular opera tunes, having taught himself them on the piano, and improvising, by the way, adding to those opera tunes. And by 12, his professional recitals were the talk of the town. In other words, he was a star performing pianist at the age of 12. At 6, he was playing opera tunes, are not like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. They're real, much more complicated tunes than that. And he was not only playing them at the age of 6, but he was improvising on them at the age of 6. By the way, he also composed a lot of music as an adult after his conversion. So anyway, he was a real musical prodigy. By 12, he was this star performer, solo pianist. And his mother, he was in Germany. Boy, I'm all out of order. His family was German. He was born and raised until 12 in Germany. And then at 12, his mother took him to Paris to introduce him to Franz Liszt. Franz Liszt was the greatest pianist of the 19th century. Super, super, super star. And when Hermann Cohen's mother wanted to have Franz Liszt listen to her 12-year-old son play the piano, Franz Liszt was a very hard sell, and he wasn't having any of it. And I think that it took her several weeks in Paris to basically be, again, God bless pushy Jews, right? To be pushy enough to get Franz Liszt to hear him play. But when Franz Liszt did hear him play, he immediately took him under his wing, as his kind of apprentice and protege, I guess is the word. And, Franz Liszt obviously served as a teacher to him, but also as a impresario. And so Liszt was within a year or two playing, actually literally playing like sold out solo concerts on the piano in all of the capitals of Europe, in Berlin, in Hamburg, in Paris, in London, and so forth, as this superstar musician. Now, in those days in the 19th century, that would be like rock music today. So my picture for Hermann Cohen at the time, now you're talking about him being 15, 16, 17. He writes about this, by the way. I'm not here to push books, right? I don't want to be a pushy Jew. But Ratisbonne's story and Hermann Cohen's story are in Honey from the Rock, which is a book that I put together of Jewish Catholic witness testimonies. So anyway, a lot of this good stuff is in there. Not all of it, but most of it. So anyway, so he was being, I'm trying to think of how to describe this in current terms, but he was like a rock star. Everybody wanted to know him. Everyone wanted to meet him. He was, the pet of George Sand, who was this cross-dressing superstar novelist in France at the time. Very depraved, by the way. These circles were very depraved. He was being hosted and, staying at the palaces of kings and queens and counts. He said that he would gamble in a night away more money than most people made in a lifetime, than most men made in a lifetime. They were throwing money at him. You make a lot of money as a rock star, so to speak. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'll read his words actually, because they make more sense in my babbling. So these are the words of Hermann Cohen when he's describing his life, at 15, 16, 17. I was spoilt in the salons, and most of all in such impious company. Soon they were making me the scapegoat of all of their disgusting doctrines. Atheism, pantheism, socialism, anarchism, terrorism, the massacre of the rich. Okay, remember the French Revolution was around, I'm going to embarrass myself, but I think 1792. And so we're talking about 1835, 1840. So we're talking about, that first wave of overthrowing the monarchy, of slaughtering the rich and so forth. And by the way, the clergy. Soon they were making the scapegoat of all of their disgusting doctrines: atheism, pantheism, socialism, anarchism, terrorism, the massacre of the rich. Can I say think Antifa? I'm not going to say something that'll get me kicked off of YouTube, so I'll just reference Antifa and not some acronym names of other organizations. terrorism, the massacre of the rich, the abolition of marriage, expropriation of all property, organizations to remain unnamed, to stay on YouTube, and the common enjoyment of all pleasures, the doing away with marriage and free love, essentially, is what he's referring to. Before long, there was plenty of room for all of this in the head of a 14-year-old. So he's talking about when he's 14, okay? Evil is quickly learned. I soon became one of the most zealous propagandists for all these groups who had sworn to renew the face of the earth. Sound familiar? What do they call them? The quad or something? Sound familiar? AOC? I think that's a 3-letter acronym that I'm allowed to use on YouTube. You can start with the A's, but you can't go on to the B's. Anyway, I'm not exaggerating. All the young people I knew lived like me, seeking pleasure wherever it was to be found, passionately wanting wealth in order to be able to indulge all their inclinations, satisfy all their desires. The thought of God never occurred to them. Their morals were limited to those necessary to stay out of trouble with the law. Okay, so he describes this more. I was shocked to find out they were groupies in those days, but they were literally groupies. One of his groupies was a circus performer who danced on the back of galloping horses. You gotta wonder about this stuff, but literally, okay, very depraved. Again, think Mick Jagger. Okay, so let me show you some pictures. First of all, here is Cohen at 15, Hermann Cohen at 15. His nickname was Pootsie. So there is the picture of the 15-year-old Hermann Cohen, obviously posed. And here is a picture of Franz Liszt around the same time, who is also very depraved. I think it shows, but maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into that portrait. Anyway, so back to the mainstream here. Liszt was the foremost pianist of the 19th century, but Hermann Cohen was probably the second foremost. He wasn't far behind, as I said. By 15, he was playing these sold-out concerts in all of the capitals of Europe. He became very arrogant, self-centered, spoiled, hedonistic, totally selfish. Again, probably think Mick Jagger, or God forbid, I don't even want to use the name Madonna to refer to not anyone but her, but you know who I mean, and so forth. Just totally selfish and depraved. He actually lost a lot of his friends, as do rock stars also, out of their selfishness, self-centeredness, and so forth. He had a very depraved life, women, gambling, parties, drinking. And so this went on for a decade of decadence, right? So from a little more than a decade, from 14 to about 26. So now we're going to pick this up when he's 26, and he's in that state. Very, very dark, very depraved. Anyway, so what happens? What happens is that, his friends are kings and queens and princes. And one of the princes, do I have written down here? I don't have his name written down. It's a Russian name. A prince of his, who was a friend of his in Paris, a friend of his who was a prince, this is taking place in Paris, was the conductor of a choir, and a choir that sang in churches. And he was ill, and he couldn't conduct his choir this afternoon. So he asked his friend, Hermann Cohen, if he would fill in for him conducting his choir. And Hermann Cohen agreed, because doing favors for princes was then and still is a very sensible thing to do out of self-interest. So Hermann, and also out of Hermann Cohen's love for music, by the way, because he really, really, really loved music. So Hermann Cohen finds himself filling in for his friend Prince Vasily, or whatever his name was. I think that might have actually been his name. Conducting this choir on Sunday afternoon in a church. What Hermann Cohen was not prepared for was it was a afternoon Vespers service in a Catholic church in front of the Blessed Sacrament, right? It was a Vespers in front of the Blessed Sacrament exposed service in the Catholic Church. So let me turn to his words. This took place in May of 1847. During the ceremony, I think he's referring to Vespers actually, I felt nothing special, but the moment of benediction of the most blessed sacrament, right? I don't want to be blasphemous here, okay? At the moment of benediction, even though I had no intention to prostrate myself like the rest of the congregation, I felt an indefinable agitation. My soul, deafened and distracted by the discord of the world, refound itself, a bit like the prodigal son coming to his senses, and sensed that something previously entirely unknown was taking place. I felt for the first time a very powerful but undefinable emotion, without any participation of my will. I was forced, despite myself, to bow down. When I returned the following Friday, the same emotion came over me even more powerfully, and I felt a great weight that descended over my whole body, forcing me to bow, even to prostrate myself, despite myself, and I was struck with a sudden thought of becoming Catholic. A few days later, I passed by the same church. The bells made me enter once again. The Blessed Sacrament was exposed, and as soon as I saw it, I was drawn to the altar rail and fell to my knees. This time, at the moment of benediction, it was easy for me to bow down, and getting up again, I felt a very sweet peace in my whole being. I returned to my room and went to bed, but throughout the entire night, my mind was, whether in dream or awake, occupied with the thought of the Most Blessed Sacrament. I burned with impatience to be at more masses. My peace I give you, not like the peace of the world, but my peace I give you. Hermann Cohen, despite his incredible depravity, the satisfaction of all of his lustful desires and greed for money and excitement of gambling and so forth, he knew no peace. He knew no peace. But my peace I give you, not like the world, but my peace I give you. I wish I remember the quotes exactly, but I don't. You know what I'm talking about. So he felt that peace. He felt the peace of Christ for the first time in his life, which of course blew away all of the rest of whatever was distracting him, the noise of the world, as he said. I burned with impatience to be at more masses. In the following days, I attended many at St. Valère, always with an inner joy that absorbed all of my faculties. Okay, so he starts going to Mass, of course. And a few months later, he's at Mass. And when the priest elevated the host at the consecration, when the priest raised the host, my tears began to flow. I remember having cried as a child, but certainly I never experienced tears like these. And while the tears flowed, a deep sorrow for my entire past life welled up. Spontaneously, as if by intuition, I began to make a general confession to God of all of the enormous sins committed since my childhood. I saw them there, piled up before me by the thousands, hideous, repulsive. And yet, I also felt an unfamiliar calm which spread its balm on my soul, that the God of mercy would forgive me these, that he would take pity on my sincere contrition, on my bitter sorrow. Yes, I felt that he would give me grace, and that he would accept in expiation my firm resolution to love him above everything else, and to convert to him from then on. When I left the church, I was already a Christian in my heart. He was baptized just a few weeks later. That was on August 8th, that experience. And on August 28th at 3 o'clock, in the chapel of Our Lady of Zion, in the presence of the Ratisbonne Brothers, he was baptized. And now I will read an account of his baptism. This account is from a letter he wrote to Father Ratisbonne. See, the destinies of these three sets of Jewish converts that I'll talk about today were all intertwined. That's one of the reasons for including them all. Everything was transformed. He's talking about his baptism now. And I'm reading this because this is actually the case of all of us in our baptisms. We don't get the grace to see them. This is really miraculous that he saw what happened at his baptism. So let me get to his words. Everything was transformed. I was hardly aware of the priest with the holy water shell in his hand. The Lord had promised to possess me at this moment. The priest was pouring the holy water with a triple gesture over my forehead, and proclaimed solemnly that he baptized me in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. At that moment that the priest poured the water over my forehead, I can only describe it like an electric shock. God permitted that I, miserable worm of earth that I am, was allowed, by a grace which I cannot name, to conceive, to see for an instant, I scarcely dare recall. My eyes were closed, but I had an inner vision, as if the Holy Spirit, as though to seal his promise, took me by the hand and revealed to my gaze, wrapped in ecstasy, that which no finite being can ever understand, the infinite. Yes, I saw. The eyes of my body were closed, but those of my soul were wide with joy. A great and unlimited bright space without end. Or rather, not space, for my gaze soared, plunged always further, further, and met no obstacle. A gentle warmth penetrated me, and in spite of the brilliant light which radiated from all sides, my gaze never tired of plunging into the rays of light. For deep within there was an even brighter light, and there stood a glorious throne, and seated on the throne was our Lord Jesus Christ, beautiful with eternal youth, with his beloved mother on his right, and around his feet a host of saints, clothed in the brightest colors of the rainbow. The saints were prostrate at the foot of his throne in adoration, and yet, at the same time, they looked towards me and smiled kindly. Heaven and its inhabitants seemed to rejoice at my baptism, as though the poor soul of a redeemed sinner weighed in the balance of eternity. Well, dear Father, how can I be so foolish as to try to describe what I saw? Indeed, I ought to tear up this paper on which I have written, because it doesn't contain a single image remotely approaching what I have seen. Yes, I have seen the abode of the church triumphant. So he actually saw what was really happening in the spiritual world at his baptism. And we know, as an article of faith, that all of heaven rejoices at the saving of the soul of a single sinner. We know, as an article of faith, that Jesus would have undergone the entire incarnation, life, passion, torture, death on the cross for the salvation of a single human soul, a single one of, please God, one of us. And Hermann Cohen got to see that rejoicing in heaven. Remember that line of Jesus again. There's more rejoicing in heaven over the conversion of a single sinner. You guys all know the quotes, I hope, better than me. Than, over us 100 who have always been righteous. The lost sheep brings more joy than the 99 who never strayed. And Hermann Cohen got to see that joy. And when he entered the church, by the way, remember he entered the church just 3 weeks after that experience in front of the Blessed Sacrament. He took a private vow to do everything in the world for his own Jewish people. And I'm just going to, just a little aside here, that is something that all of these converts had in common. And also, I hope, yours truly, and also St. Paul. Let me turn to the words of St. Paul. This is from Romans chapter 9. I have great sorrow and unceasing anguish in my heart, for I could wish that I myself were accursed and cut off from Christ, for the sake of my brethren, my kinsmen by race. They are Israelites, and to them belong the sonship, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the worship and the promises. To them belong the patriarchs, and of their race, according to the flesh, is the Christ. In other words, pretty much every Jewish convert that I know, and certainly all of the Jewish converts I'm talking about today, and also, I mean, you people probably know Mother Miriam of the Eucharist. What, I don't even remember. I think it is Mother Miriam of the Eucharist, Rosalind Moss. Anyway, we all, Father Kleiber, who started the Remnant of Israel, David Goldstein, certainly all of the Jews in this book, as soon as they entered the church, they felt a supernatural, essentially loyalty to their Jewish co-religionists, and essentially wanted to dedicate the rest of their lives to sharing what they received without merit, of course, with their co-religionists, in other words, the other Jews. The Ratisbonne fathers started 2 congregations to pray for the conversion of the Jews, and also opened this catechumenate for youth in Paris to support Jews who were entering the church. Father Cohen took a vow to do everything in the world for his own Jewish people. And you'll see when I get to the Lemann Brothers that they also shared this passion to dedicate the rest of their lives for the conversion of the Jews. Now, I better speed up a little bit. Hermann Cohen was his name before his conversion. He immediately was baptized, and he actually immediately wanted to become a religious, and he rather quickly, I don't have in front of me what year, how long it was, but I actually think it was a matter of months and not years before he joined the Carmelite order. Now, when he became a Carmelite, he took the religious name of Augustin Marie of the Most Blessed Sacrament. Remember, his conversion took place. All of his conversion experiences, in fact, took place in front of the Blessed Sacrament. He was converted by the Eucharist. He took the name Father Augustin Marie, obviously Augustine, the famous historical convert, from sin to saint, from sinner to saint. Marie, we all know about that, the Blessed Virgin Mary, of the Most Blessed Sacrament. We all know about that. He then became a priest. He was ordained a priest. And when he was ordained a priest, he took a private vow never to preach without extolling the Most Blessed Sacrament. He basically, his entire spirituality was focused on the Most Blessed Sacrament and on the sacraments. So let me go back to him, because I always bog down when I start talking. First of all, some words of his about the Eucharist being the center of his spirituality. Oh, by the way, let me just say, he was a musician, right? I'll get more to his musician business in a moment. But he composed after his conversion also. He took his musical talents. I have a recording of at least one of his masses, the music of the mass that he composed. And you know what? On the farewell screen at the end of the show, or maybe even in between, if I can pull it up fast enough, I'm going to take a break in between this Hermann Cohen and the next Jewish convert. So maybe I'll put up some of his mass music. But he also wrote motets, which are choral pieces, all in honor of the Most Blessed Sacrament. And all of the lyrics are extolling the Most Blessed Sacrament. And so let me read some quote of his extolling the Most Blessed Sacrament. O Jesus Eucharist, in the desert of this life you appeared one day. You revealed to me your light, your grandeur, your beauty. You changed my entire being. You, in an instant, vanquished all my enemies. Then, attracting me with an irresistible pull, you excited my soul in all-consuming hunger for this bread of life. You lit in my heart a burning thirst for your divine blood. Then the day came when you yourself gave yourself to me. Even today my heart skips a beat, and I dare not even breathe. Just a year after his conversion, 1848, he started an association of nocturnal adorers, of men who would pray throughout the night in front of the Blessed Sacrament. It's just a year after his conversion. I think he was already a Carmelite. And he wrote this about that. To contemplate you, Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament, enough. The hours of the day fly by too quickly. I will call together other Christians burning with the same fire, and we will pass the nights in your churches. In the evening you will be exposed on the altar, and the dawn will find us still kneeling before your splendor. In these heavenly nights, O my Jesus, you draw me to yourself by a charm so sweet and tender, so lovable, that the final thread tying me to this world is broken, and I run far from these cities to throw myself in your arms, to live entirely for you, undividedly forever. Stripped of all that ties me to the earth, I can pierce the mysterious clouds that envelop your tabernacle, and expose myself to the penetrating rays of this beautiful sun of grace, and dive into this ocean of light to be consumed in the flames of this burning furnace. Then, in the refreshing shade of this tree of life, I breathe the scent of the flowers, I savor the fruits. Now, I was wrong. It took him all of 2 years from his conversion, or a year and a half from his conversion, to join the Carmelites. He joined the Carmelites in 1849. Why did he join the Carmelites? Why did he choose the Carmelites? Time for a little more Jewish, ethnic, something or other, chauvinism perhaps. This is from a letter he wrote to his mother. I find myself in the novitiate of a religious order that is famous for its austerities, its penances, and its love of God. This order was born among the Jews 930 years before Jesus Christ. It was the prophet Elijah of the Old Testament who founded it on Mount Carmel in Palestine. It is an order of true Jews, of children of the prophets who waited for the Messiah, who believed in him when he came, and who continue to our time, living always in the same manner, with the same bodily deprivations and the same spiritual joys as they lived on Mount Carmel in Judea about 2,800 years ago. They still bear today the name of the Order of Mount Carmel. Why follow this life? To draw down the mercy of the All-Powerful onto the earth and turn away his just anger, ready to strike those who offend him, to love God as he loved us, in imitating the life Jesus led when he came on earth to save men through suffering, self-denial, sacrifice, obedience, submission, humiliation, poverty, and death. This is the life I have chosen. Okay, so that was from a letter in 1849 when he joined the Carmelites, explaining it to his mother. He took his first vows in 1850, so the following year. He took the religious name Augustine Marie of the Most Blessed Sacrament, as I said. He was ordained just a year later in 1851. See, pushy Jews, they go fast. He took a vow when he was ordained, as I mentioned, never to preach without extolling the Most Blessed Sacrament. And what did he do at that point? Okay, he had been Mick Jagger, right? Everybody knew his name. Everybody wanted to listen to his music. So as a literally barefoot Carmelite monk, he traveled the capitals of Europe, going back to all of the places where he had performed. But this time, they would put up posters announcing a free organ recital by the famous Hermann Cohen in a church. And the church would be packed to the rafters. And he would show up, and he would play the organ, and then he would preach. And he got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of converts at these free organ recitals. He was determined to make amends for his past life, having led people into sin by leading them to God. So he traveled throughout Europe preaching. Wherever he went, he started chapters of the nocturnal adorers to pray before the Blessed Sacrament exposed throughout the night. As I mentioned at the beginning, he refounded the Carmelite order in the UK. He established, 4 Carmelite monasteries, 5 Carmelite monasteries in the UK. There had been none since the Reformation. and he traveled around preaching. Now, first I'm going to read an extract from a sermon he gave in 1854 in Paris, and then I'm going to tell you about something that happened at this sermon, which is another Jewish conversion. But I guess first let me show some pictures of him as a priest. I showed that picture of him as at 15 as a little fledgling playboy or something. Here is a picture of him, far more charming, of him as a Carmelite priest. It's obvious an etching. Here's another etching of him as a young Carmelite priest with his best friend, with his God, with Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament. He had, of course, the joy of being able to perform benediction, not just be present at benediction. Now, here is him as a Carmelite priest. I made up some prayer cards of him. I don't know how I can get. I guess I'll say, if you want some prayer cards of him, they have prayers on the back. They have quotes of him on the back. Email me and I'll see what I can do. I'm going to have to probably ask you to send me a self-addressed stamped envelope or something. But anyway, I don't know what I'll do. If you want 100 of them, it's easier. But if you want a couple of them, I may be able to do something. But that's the card I had made up of him. You can see his dates and everything. But I'll show you the bottom of the card because it's got the motto he took. I have found him whom my soul loves. I have seized him and will not let him go. That's from the Song of Songs. That was, of course, his spirituality. And here it is in Latin and in Hebrew. I'm going to give a little self-referential digression. I hope this is not vanity, but I'll say two things. One is that it was the Blessed Sacrament. It was wanting to receive communion that actually was the reason why I entered the church at the point that I entered the Catholic Church. In other words, the reason I asked for baptism, I didn't know much. I wasn't very well catechized. I didn't know the difference really between Protestantism and Catholicism, but I knew that I wanted to receive the Eucharist every day. I didn't realize it wasn't the Eucharist in Protestant denominations. I didn't know that much. But I knew that if I became Catholic, I could receive the Eucharist daily because there are Catholic churches around, right? You can receive it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I knew that if I was baptized as a Protestant, at best I could receive it once a week. So, right, the greedy Jew that I was, I figured, I want to receive it 7 times a week, not once a week or once a month. So that was actually the initial reason why I asked for baptism in the Catholic Church rather than going into Protestantism. Soon I learned that there were a lot more differences and it wasn't even the Blessed Sacrament in Protestantism, but I didn't realize that at the beginning. The other thing I want to mention is notice that he has this passage from the Song of Songs in Hebrew. Well, my parents both came into the church. My father was only baptized, just a couple of days before he died. My mother came into the church more fully. She was baptized. She received confirmation. She was giving last rites. She was given a Catholic mass, burial mass, and then was buried out of the Catholic Tridentine sung Requiem Mass. But the grave was in a Jewish cemetery because I had bought the grave for my parents before their conversion. So we're in the middle of this Jewish cemetery. And so basically, I make a long story short. I had all of these citations from the Old Testament in Hebrew that referred to the Messiah and that were hints of Jesus being the Messiah in Hebrew on their gravestone. So the other Jews in the cemetery wouldn't realize that I had on my parents' gravestone, I know that my Redeemer liveth, from Job, or I will drink with joy at the fount of salvation. I believe that's from Isaiah. But the cute thing there is of salvation. Salvation is Yeshua. So I will drink with joy from the waters of Yeshua. The waters of Yeshua being baptism. So anyway, just as Hermann Cohen has has the it in Hebrew on his motto. That reminded me of the surreptitious use of Hebrew to introduce Christianity in a Jewish context. Anyway, blah blah blah. Back to Saint Sulpice in Paris. Now, before I actually read the sermon, I'm going to bring up a picture of Saint Sulpice. Actually, I'll bring up a couple of pictures because I like to do that. Remember when I read that from Hermann Cohen about he became a Carmelite because it was a Jewish order founded by Jews 930 years before Christ. Well, of course, it was founded by Elijah. There's an icon of Elijah in front of a cave, his cave on Mount Carmel. Well, whenever I bring a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, where do we begin the 2-week pilgrimage or the 10-day pilgrimage? We begin it literally at the cave of Elijah on Mount Carmel. Now, it turns out that the Carmelites purchased that property and built a monastery over Elijah's cave. The monastery is Stella Maris, and you can stay there. Part of it is a pilgrimage house. Part of it's still a monastery with monks, but part of it is a pilgrimage house. It's built over the cave of Elijah. And there you see actually pilgrims from our group praying inside the cave that Elijah lived in. You can't see it in this picture. I don't know if I brought another picture. No, I didn't bring a picture. So, but anyway, you can just see they're kneeling before the altar there. You can see the feet of the statue there. That's a statue of Elijah, that black blob on the top of the altar. And so that's the cave of Elijah, where the Carmelites were founded, which is now, thank God, a Carmelite monastery. Now, back to Paris. This is the Church of Saint Sulpice. It's a basilica, and it's still a very major church in Paris. And rather tragically, an immigrant of North African origin, I'll be very careful here, tried to set fire to it just a matter of weeks ago. I think it's probably about 8 weeks ago now. They didn't succeed in burning it down, fortunately. They did very minor damage. I think the wooden door that they had... No, I think the fire was set inside. But in any case, it was quickly put out and only minor damage was done. But that's the outside of St. Sulpice, where Hermann Cohen gave this concert and then the sermon that I'm about to read. And here's the inside of St. Sulpice. And it's obviously a magnificent, huge church. But I also want to show you this, which is the keyboard of the organ in St. Sulpice. So this must be why he chose it for his organ concert cum sermon, because that is one heck of a world-class organ, with 5, I don't know the right terminology, but 5 registers of keyboards, hand keyboards, and then a large register of foot pedal keyboards, and you can see all the stops along the side. And here's the organ itself. Needless to say, thank God the fire did not take that was started by that anonymous. He isn't really anonymous. He was arrested, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. North African immigrant. And he didn't succeed in burning it down like Notre Dame was almost burnt down in Paris. But it's not coincidental. I mean, obviously, as I say all the time on all my shows, they're really, everybody belongs to one of two masters. There's no way around it. If you're a human being, you're going to belong to one of two masters. You're either going to belong to God or you're going to belong to the enemy of God. And if you follow a religion that worships Satan as God, or if you're in a cult that swears allegiance to essentially Satan, as do the Masons, unknowingly perhaps, which army you're going to be in. And, there's no one Satan hates like he hates the Catholic Church. So it's no surprise that when you have all of these religionists participants in a religion that worships Satan as God, if you have a population of them, you're going to have churches that they try to set on fire. You're going to have, in the places where they can get away with it, Christians in those churches, Catholics in those churches being burned to death or machine gunned to death, at Christmas Mass. Just read about what's going on in Africa these days, or in the Middle East in many countries in these days. There are two armies, and we please God as Catholics in a state of grace. We are the army of God, even though Hezbollah means army of God in Arabic. I don't think Hezbollah is the true army of God. Well, they're the army of their God. I'll leave it at that. That's not the topic of the show. So anyway, back to Saint Sulpice, because it's a really neat story. So Saint Sulpice, this is his sermon that he gave in Saint Sulpice. I have traveled throughout the world. I have loved the world. I have learned one thing about the world. You don't find happiness there. I seem to hear the unanimous cry of suffering humanity. Happiness, where are you? Tell me where you are hidden, and I will search for you. I have searched for happiness in the beauties of nature. Remember, this is Hermann Cohen speaking. So this is, this Mick Jagger speaking. I mean, he had every party in the world invited him. He had, every resort in the world at his feet. He had every castle and king and prince and princess at his feet, right? I have searched for happiness among the beauties of nature. I have sought it in the elegant life of salons, in the deafening din of balls and parties. I have sought it through the accumulation of gold, in the excitement of gambling, in the hazards of adventure, and in trying to satisfy a boundless ambition. I have looked for it in the glory of the artist, in the friendships of famous people, and in all the pleasures of sense and spirit. Dear God, was there anywhere I failed to seek happiness? How can one explain this mystery? For human beings are made for happiness. The mystery is that most people don't know in what happiness consists. They look for it where it doesn't exist. Well then, listen. I have found happiness. I possess it. I enjoy it so fully that I am able to say with the great apostle, I am overflowing with joy. My heart brims over with happiness, so that I cannot contain it within me. I am overflowing with joy. Yes, I am so happy that I come to offer it to you. I come to entreat you to share with me this overflowing happiness. But you object, I don't believe in Jesus Christ. I did not believe, and that is precisely why I was unhappy. Faith shows us happiness in God and in Jesus Christ, his Son. It is a mystery which pride cannot grasp. But to find Jesus Christ, one must watch and pray. So pray, ask, and you will receive this intoxicating wine of immortality, which flows from the winepress of prayer. Prayer imparts faith, sheds light through prayer. Prayer imparts faith. Faith sheds light through prayer, which, united to faith, imparts peace, love, wisdom, light, freedom, all of which are contained in Jesus Christ. It is not possible for someone who does not love Jesus Christ to be happy. Now, he was preaching this on whatever the date was, Saint Sulpice, in 1854. Well, there was a young Jewish man named Bernard Bauer, who would have been 25 at the time. Well, he was just walking down the sidewalk in front of Saint Sulpice, and he saw this crowd of people gathered around the entrance, because even though it was such a huge church, it wasn't big enough for everyone who wanted to hear Hermann Cohen play the organ and who were there for the sermon. So anyway, there was a crowd of people outside listening at the door. So this Jewish man, Bernard Bauer, is walking by. He sees this crowd of people gathered outside the door. So what do? You stop to see what's going on, right? You're curious. So he was outside the door. He's hearing the sermon, right? So, okay. By the end of the sermon, he had made his decision to join the church. And within 2 months, he had joined the Carmelites, okay? So this is Bernard Bauer. And by the way, as a novice at the Carmelites, they gave him the cell for his novitiate, which had been the cell of Hermann Cohen. So I don't have a picture of Bernard Bauer before his conversion, but here's a picture of Bernard Bauer. I don't even know what's going on here, excuse me. Okay, so there's a picture of Bernard Bauer as a young monk. It's obviously from a holy card, probably celebrating, I don't know, his vows or something. He became a very celebrated preacher, by the way. He became actually the, the confessor, the father confessor to the Empress. This is the Second Empire in France. I think it was Napoleon III. He became the father confessor to Empress Eugene. He became a very, see him looking there a little bit like Fulton Sheen, right? Preaching. He became a very famous preacher. He actually, here's a picture of him. He became a Monsignor. He became a, what's the technical term? Pope Pius IX made him a proto-notary apostolic, which is essentially a Monsignor. So there's a picture of him as a Monsignor. And finally, he published a book. Actually, he published several books of his sermons, including one called Judaism as Proof of Christianity. There you see it there. And in fact, he was asked to give the speech at the opening of the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal was owned by the French in Egypt when the Suez Canal was open. The Suez Canal was a huge deal because it was the only way that you could have shipping from the Far East to Europe or to America, except by going through the Cape of Good Hope. What's it called? The Horn of Africa, which is very difficult, treacherous waters, very difficult to sail through. The Suez Canal was a shortcut from the Far East to Europe. It was a huge deal. It was a French possession. The Empress Eugene was there, and her father confessor, who was Bernard Bauer, who was this 25-year-old Jewish guy walking down the sidewalk in front of St. Sulpice at exactly the right moment, actually gave the talk there. So it's all woven together. Anyway, so, and again, there's, get back to Father Cohen. There's Father Cohen. Anyway, I will read, I'll read one other extract from, I'm not going to shortchange this. You guys can go eat dinner, go to bed, look at the rest of this YouTube video later. But once I'm rolling, I can't really stop and pick up again. So I'm just going to keep going. This is going to be a 3-hour video. I can tell that now. So, oh gosh, 3 hours. It's going to be a 3.5-hour video. Anyway, the problem is if I do anything, if I edit these, if I slice anything out, if I cut them up, there's no way to preserve the chat stream. So that's my choice. Anyway, so these are more quotes. Keep going. Thank you. I will. I can't stop. I may have to turn on the light because it's getting actually dark in this room. I may have to take a short pause and get a little additional light in here. At the baptism of another Jewish convert, where he was the priest and therefore the homilist. Do you believe, my brothers, that God converted us just for our own benefit? No, 1,000 times no. It is for others as much as for ourselves, so that they might avoid the reefs against which we have shipwrecked. Yes, he has nailed us as signposts before the gates of hell to say, do not go this way. Not finding the happiness I sought, I was continually fleeing he who was pursuing me. Up until that day I entered a church, and the priest at the altar was holding in his hands something white. I looked at the little host, and I heard the words, I am the way, the truth, and the life. My God, is it possible to have lived without thinking of Jesus, without loving Jesus, without living for Jesus and in Jesus? And now that your grace has awoken me, that my eyes have seen, that my hands have touched, that my ears have heard, that my heart has tasted. Yes, I love Jesus Christ and no longer want to hide myself. I take it to be an honor to proclaim it to the whole universe. I love Jesus Christ. That's the secret of my immense happiness, which has only increased since I began to love him. I love Jesus Christ. I want to shout it to all the corners of the earth. I would like if the walls of this temple could expand and enclose all the millions of men who cover the globe, and that my voice could reach and penetrate all the fibers of their hearts and make them vibrate in unison with mine, and that all in a single voice reply in an immense song of jubilation and triumph, reaching from earth to heaven. We too, we love Jesus Christ. Okay, some extracts from other sermons. Oh, Jesus, my love, how I want to set my former friends on fire with the passion that inflames me. How I want to show them the happiness you have given me. No, I dare say it, if the faith didn't teach me that contemplating you in heaven is a yet greater joy, I would never believe it possible that a greater happiness existed than that which I experience in loving you in the Eucharist and in receiving you in my poor heart, so rich because of you. What delicious peace, what happiness, what holy joy. If you no longer see me killing myself to get applause, scheming for empty honors, it is because I found my glory in the humble tabernacle of Jesus Host, Jesus God. If you no longer see me betting on a single card the wealth of an entire family, or breathlessly running after gold, it is because I found the wealth, the inexhaustible treasure, in the ciborium of love that encloses Jesus Host. If I no longer deafen myself at your frivolous parties, it is because there is a wedding feast where I dine with the angels of heaven. It is because I have found the supreme happiness. Yes, I found it. The good that I love is mine, I possess it. Poor riches, sad pleasures, humiliating honors that I chased after with you. But now that my eyes have seen, my hands have touched, my heart has beat upon the heart of a God. Oh, how I pity your blind pursuits of pleasures that are incapable of filling your hearts. Come then to the celestial banquet prepared for you by eternal wisdom. Come, approach, leave behind your little toys, your illusions. Throw far from you those lying rags that cover you. Ask Jesus for the white robe of pardon, and with a new heart, a pure heart, drink at the clear fountain of his love. So that is, of course, the you there is he's addressing his former friends when he says, if you no longer see me killing myself, or you no longer see me betting the wealth of an entire family on a single card, if I no longer deafen myself at your frivolous parties. The you there is, of course, his former friends. Now, let me pull up my own screen for a moment, and I'll say something. I'm losing my voice because I'm talking so much. So I'm going to take another short break, and I'm going to pull up again, I'm going to pull up that opening slide for just a moment. Again, 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. And I'm going to take a short break, but I'm not finished with Hermann Cohen. It's not like the last time. This isn't a transition between convert stories. I am going to continue with Hermann Cohen when I come back. And then I will continue, God willing, with my final set of Jewish converts, the Lemann Brothers. And I'll probably also take a short break then, so that it's easier for people who are watching in segments, to identify the segments. And I may have to cut this up into 3 YouTube videos, in which case, very sorrowfully, I'll lose the chat stream. So anyway, whatever. I'm going away for now. It's 20 minutes after the hour. I will be back in 5 minutes, 25 minutes after the hour. And I will continue with Hermann Cohen. And the music on that screen, I'll have to pull down actually the text so it doesn't lie. I wouldn't want to lie there. Okay, the music on the screen is going to be actually from a Mass composed by Hermann Cohen. So with that, I'll be back. Now it's only in 4 minutes. So, okay, so here it is. And here is the music. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I know that I was mumbling a little bit to myself there. I forgot to turn off the mic. So, oh my, I'm getting a little bit disorganized. Give me a second here. Sorry about that. Okay, back to Hermann Cohen. Thanks for bearing with me. Anyway, I don't think I have a sync problem on my end, but if I do, I apologize. And the lighting is messed up now, because actually what happened was I've been time so long it's gotten dark outside and I was relying on daylight, so I had to turn on some light in here. Okay, the one dark spot on Hermann Cohen's happiness was his mother, because his mother died without having entered the Catholic Church. And Hermann Cohen was very devoted to his mother, and how could he be happy worrying about his mother's salvation? Or how could he be happy for all eternity if his mother was lost? So this is an incredibly beautiful story, and it's also actually true. Okay, so here's the story. The story is, first of all, bear with me, I think it'll be worthwhile. The first step in the story is on the Feast of the Immaculate Conception in 1852. Remember the Immaculate Conception. You know, this is the Immaculate Conception. That's, you know, the medal. I am the, you know, O Mary conceived without sin. On the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, 1852, Hermann Cohen went on a pilgrimage to a Marian shrine. The pilgrimage was the purpose of praying for the salvation of his mother. And he prayed the following prayer. Mother of heaven, for your divine Son I have abandoned a mother on earth. Will you return her to me one day? As her son once was, she is still sitting in the shadow of death. She is looking for the coming of the Messiah in the future. That's the state of the Jews, right? She does not know that the bright star of Jacob has appeared for us, and that its brilliance has shone for 18 centuries without eclipse in the skies of the church. She does not know that you were its dawn, and that your sweet light never ceases to direct the steps of the weakest mortals towards the Sun of Justice that God has given us, to enlighten all the nations and to be the glory of his people Israel. O Mary, daughter of Israel, she belongs to your family. Turn then upon her a look of pity and of love. O Mary, you have saved the Son. Let him not then be forever separated from his mother. She is your image for me, and her memory never enters my heart alone. She gave me birth and suffering, and you also, to give me a second life, adopted me as your son, as your child, at a price as high as all the sufferings of Calvary. O Mother of Jesus, O my Mother, if the thoughts of earth are not transformed on high, could I see you without her in heaven with full joy? Would not her eternal loss be a cloud on my happiness? So that's his prayer, 1852. Okay? Unfortunately, his mother died 2 years later, 1854. And at that point, he went and spoke with his friend, the Curé of Ars. I hope you all know the Curé of Ars. Am I going to do a show on his spirituality? All of these saints are worth having shows on their spirituality. But the Curé of Ars was a very great saint, Jean-Marie Vianney. He was obviously around the same time. I think he died a few years later. He died 1859, born 1786. So he was an old man at this point in time. And let me find him here. You probably all know what he looks like, but he's just so wonderful and so sweet. It's worth it. Here is a painting of the Curé of Ars. He was a parish priest in Ars in France. I hope you all know the story. And let me see what else I have here. This is actually anyway. They all look the same. I mean, all the pictures of him. This is a prayer card that is actually was done during his lifetime. So that's a true likeness of him. Anyway, he was friends with Hermann Cohen, And Hermann Cohen went to see his friend, the Curé of Ars, and he bemoaned he expressed his concern for the salvation of his mother, who had just died. Okay, so this is after his mother dies. So anyway, when he speaks to him, the Curé of Ars reassures Hermann Cohen, saying, "Hope, hope, you will receive one day on the Feast of the Immaculate Conception a letter which brings you great joy." Okay, again, the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. You will receive one day on the Feast of the Immaculate Conception a letter which will bring you great joy. So he's prophesying, he's giving him a prophecy that don't despair, one day you will receive on the Feast of the Immaculate Conception a letter which will bring you great joy. So what happened 7 years later, December 8th, the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, 1861, a Jesuit priest comes to Father Cohen with a letter written by a pious, holy woman who was known for her piety and her spirituality, okay? So this Jesuit priest is like the mailman to bring to Father Cohen a letter written by this, holy, pious woman who obviously had some charismatic gifts. So here's the contents of the letter. "My Jesus showed me an array of his divine light that at the moment that Father Hermann's mother was on the point of dying, my Jesus showed me an array of his divine light the moment that Father Hermann's mother was on the point of dying. When she seemed already unconscious, almost dead, the Blessed Virgin Mary presented herself before her divine Son, and prostrating herself at his feet, she said to him, 'Grace, pity, O my Son, for this soul about to perish. In an instant she will be lost for eternity. Do, I beg of you, for the mother of your servant Hermann, that which you would want him to do for your mother, if she was in her place and you in his. He has consecrated her to me. Can I allow her to perish? No, this soul is my prize. I want it. I claim it as the price of your blood, of my sorrows at the foot of your cross.'" See what chutzpah she had? What she's saying to Jesus is, look, how would you feel if the places were reversed and it was your mother who was about to be lost? Wouldn't you feel terrible? Well, so please put yourself in Hermann Cohen's place and give her the grace to be saved. So anyway, back to the letter. "Scarcely had the divine supplicant stopped speaking, then a strong, powerful grace came out of the source of all graces, the adorable heart of our Jesus, and illumined the soul of the poor dying Jewish woman, and instantly vanquished her stubbornness and resistance. This soul immediately turned with a loving confidence towards him whose mercy had pursued her into the arms of death, and said to him, 'O my Jesus, God of the Christians, God whom my Son adores, I believe, I hope in you, have pity on me.' And she was saved." Okay, isn't that beautiful? We know this is true. The Curé of Ars wouldn't lie. Hermann Cohen wouldn't lie. This woman, obviously, I mean, the fact that the Curé of Ars had prophesied that he would get good news on the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, and he got this letter on the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, the miracles around this confirmed the truth of this vision. The Blessed Virgin Mary, right? Our intercessor. She interceded with Jesus for the salvation of Hermann Cohen's mother, saying, "Look how miserable you'd feel if I was about to be lost." Well, that's how Hermann Cohen feels, and he's our good friend, so you got to do something and save his mother. Anyway, Jewish chutzpah. Anyway, okay, so now the death of Hermann Cohen. Hermann Cohen was a martyr of the sacraments. Okay, remember, he was a German national. He was a citizen of Germany. He was born and raised in Germany until he was 12. The Franco-Prussian War broke out in 1870. There were lots and lots and lots of French prisoners of war. The French did not do well in the Franco-Prussian War. The Prussians did a lot better. So anyway, there were prisoner camps, POW camps in Germany, one in Spandau in particular, filled with French prisoners of war. The French prisoners of war were Catholic. The Prussians were Protestant. There were no priests to minister to the French prisoners of war, Catholic prisoners of war, and they were dying in droves. The German government would not allow any French priests to come into Germany to minister to them because they were at war with France. However, Hermann Cohen was a German national. So his superior in the Carmelites asked if he would be willing to go to Germany to the POW camp in Spandau. I think it had 5,000 French Catholic prisoners, to minister to them in their dire need. And it was his bishop who asked him. It was Hermann Cohen's bishop who asked him, would he be willing to go? And Hermann Cohen immediately agreed. But he had a premonition already of the outcome, that he was going to die there. He was heard to say when he left Germany, when he left Switzerland for Germany, Germany will be my tomb. And he wrote to his sister in a letter before he left, I did not feel that I could decline, since Jesus said to those he reproved, I was a prisoner and you did not visit me. So he agreed to visit these POWs, to basically serve the POWs in the POW camp in Germany in the Franco-Prussian War. On his arrival, he found over 5,000 underfed and underclothed prisoners, many dying of freezing to death in the freezing Prussian winter, and also dying of the diseases that were running through the camp, and also almost starving to death, by the way. He ministered to all their needs, celebrating Mass daily, hearing their confessions, visiting the sick, consoling the despairing, administering last rites to the dying, as well as taking care of temporal needs, such as obtaining clothing for them, and so forth. He held nothing back. He worked in the freezing cold from, probably 20 hours a day, from before dawn to late at night. Of course, it took its toll on him. And a fellow priest who saw him at the time recounted, I found him aged and pale, his expression exhausted but joyful. I saw on his forehead something like a halo ready to shine soon. On January 9th, 1871, so that is now about, it's not even 2 months after he arrived. It's about 6 weeks after he arrived at the POW camp. Father Cohen was called to administer the last rites to 2 prisoners dying of smallpox. He couldn't find the spatula. Oh, let me show some it's too late. I'll show some pictures afterwards. He couldn't find the spatula to anoint them with, with the holy oil for last rites. And they were dying. There was no time to run back and try to find his spatula. So even though he had a cut on his finger, and even though he knew they were dying of smallpox, and even though he knew it was likely that he would get smallpox if he used his finger, he used his finger to anoint them with. He didn't hesitate to use his finger, despite the scratch on it that exposed him to the infection. He contracted the disease immediately and died 11 days later, on January 20th, 1871. That's the day of the apparition to Alphonse Ratisbonne. His last words were, and now, O my God, into your hands I commend my spirit. And in fact, in 2016, the Archbishop of Bordeaux, which is where Hermann Cohen's Carmelite monastery was, introduced the cause for the beatification of Hermann Cohen. So that is kind of the end of the life of Hermann Cohen. Let me go back to some pictures that I neglected in my enthusiastic talking to show up. Here is a etching or painting of the Franco-Prussian War. You know how things looked like in those days, trenches and walls and, huge rows of soldiers on either side, just shooting volleys of bullets, slaughtering them on the other side. The occasional officer on a horseback, riding through the crowds. Here's another picture, of course. Here is a picture of a dying French soldier, actually, in the in the frozen wastes, and anointing. You all know about last rites, but I because it's such a beautiful story, I wanted to give a little visual aid. So here is a very beautiful painting from an altarpiece of a priest anointing a dying man with the holy oils, giving him last rites. And there you have the priest with his spatula. I think I can zoom in on the spatula a little bit. With his spatula, getting the oil on his spatula to anoint the dying man. So that is the story of Hermann Cohen, the Mick Jagger of the middle of the 19th century, becoming a saint and giving his life. No greater love has a man than this, to give his life for his brethren, for his fellow. And he gave his life for the eternal salvation of his fellows. So unless a seed dies in the ground, it bears no fruit. But if it does, it bears abundantly. And Hermann Cohen, of course, bore fruit in abundance. So anyway, I can't believe I'm doing this, on to the last of the set of Jewish converts. That their destinies are woven together. But you know what? During the last break, I decided what I'm going to do. So I'm really, 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 really sorry, but it probably means losing the chat stream. I am going to divide this 3.5 hour long live stream. It'll be at least 3.25 hour long live stream. It might be a 3.5 hour long live stream into 3 segments. It'll be the second episode, A, B, and C, the Ratisbonne Brothers, Hermann Cohen, and the Lemann Brothers. Not the banking family, but another set of Lemann Brothers, which is what I'm going to go into now. And I will probably divide them into 3 separate YouTube videos. And I will probably actually introduce, or rather present, I think they have something called a premiere on YouTube. And I'll premiere the part 2, which is the Hermann Cohen part that I just did. I'll premiere it as a recording, I believe, probably for, let's say Tuesday this time. And I will premiere the Lemann Brothers as it'll unfortunately be recording because I'll already be at the monastery, but I'll premiere it as, and also because I'm doing it now, so you can stay tuned in. But I'll premiere it as a recording on probably Thursday, and that way the live streams from those premieres, I believe, stay in perpetuity. Anyway, I'm new to this stuff, but I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm losing my voice again. So once again, so you can still watch. I think Katie is probably still going to be watching for another hour. I don't know how many others of you are, are kind of have the stamina or don't have the family responsibilities or whatever. But I'm going to do what I did before. I'm now going to take a 5-minute break and have a little sip of iced coffee to get my voice back. And I'll play the Hermann Cohen music. And then I will be back with part C, which is the Lemann Brothers. And I'm going to show I'm just going to pull up a little slide of the Lemann Brothers because they're so cute. So here are the Lemann Brothers in the year of their baptism. They were twin brothers. It's a really cute story, and it's very interwoven with the other stories. But here don't they look Jewish? Don't they look sweet? They were very devoted to each other, twin brothers. So anyway, let me just go to the Hermann Cohen, the same music from the Mass. 5 minutes, be back in 5 minutes with the final part of this marathon session. Oops.
Oh
Okay, I just found out something. Fortunately, my wife's watching in the next room. I have a serious technical problem. I think some of you probably are aware of that. It's out of sync, and something is wrong, and I want to fix it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to abandon you. I am going to shut down this live stream, and I'm going to restart it. So it's first of all going to, I don't actually know what it's going to do, to tell the truth. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to shut down this live stream. I'm going to try to restart it. It may, I don't know whether that means, I don't know what it's going to look like on your end, but if you're on my channel, it'll certainly pop up. So in about, so some people are saying, okay, never mind. I won't, I don't want to say I won't listen to my wife, but okay, I will just wait a moment. I'm looking at the chat stream. Not out of sync, not out of sync. Sounds okay here, not out of sync here. It's okay here. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, I'll just go on with the Lemann Brothers. But, a little iced coffee. Okay, no. Okay, I'll just continue. Because it doesn't sound like a lot of you are complaining. There still is, I mean, it's been really bad. I look at the stats here, and I'm losing frames like crazy. As a matter of fact, I'm going to just give me a moment, because I'm going to have to pay attention to this. So please, just 1 second here, if I can figure out how to do this elegantly. Okay, great. Okay. Part 3. In case I upload it separately, let me pretend to be starting. Okay, now we're on to the Lemann Brothers. And they were actually the inspiration for me to do this show in the first place. And they were also very tellingly, they were the inspiration, for my book, Salvation is from the Jews, which actually launched my ministry. So they're really, 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 really big in my personal pantheon of Jewish Catholic saints. So let me go back to that picture that I showed. I'll start with the picture so you have an idea of them. And as I said, this picture was the year of their baptism. They were 18 at the time. So they're the two 18-year-old twin brothers. And let me give a little bit of their story. They were twins, and their mother died in childbirth, and of giving birth to them, of course. And their father died soon thereafter, and they were raised by uncles and aunts. It was a wealthy merchant family in Lyon, France. I believe Lyon is the second largest city in France. And a Jewish family, wealthy shopkeepers. They had a department store. My grandfather actually had a department store in Paris. He was, actually, it's a long story. But anyway, he lived in Paris. Anyway, they had I'm sorry. I'm getting punch drunk from a 3-hour show. I'm going to tell you this story because it's so neat. If any of you have read Oliver Twist, you remember Fagin. Remember Fagin, the Jewish criminal who had the gangs of orphans in London, picking people's pockets and bring them back to Fagin. He was like this, the kind of master of this gang. And Fagin was modeled on a true person. So this is a true story. There really was this guy who Charles Dickens wrote about as Fagin. He really existed. He was really doing that. Anyway, he eventually got arrested. And he was sent to Australia. All of Australia was a penal colony in those days. So this Jewish low-life crook, who was very clever, having organized this, these troops of orphans to do the pickpocketing, because of course they brought all the goods to him all the money to him, and he didn't have to take the risk. Anyway, so it's a real guy. He gets arrested, tried, convicted, and sentenced to exile in Australia. The terms of the exile were apparently that he had like 8 years of prison in Australia, and then he was released in Australia, but all of Australia was a penal colony. I mean, it was a punishment to be in Australia. Anyway, what did he do after he was released from prison in Australia? He started a chain of department stores. Actually, it was the first, real commercial stores in Australia. He started a department store in one town, and then he started another store in another town, and he became extremely wealthy. So that's what happened to Fagin. So I guess European Jews are good at starting department stores. Think of Macy's and Bloomingdale's, and who knows. But I bet most of them are two guys from Harrison. Sears and Roebuck weren't Jews, I don't think. But anyway. So anyway, had nothing to do with anything. I apologize. So anyway, their family had this department store in Lyon. They were very wealthy. The uncles and aunts brought up these two orphan children. When they were small, it was a wealthy family. They had a nanny, right, to take care of the children. And the nanny was very Catholic and was a very pious woman. And she would take them to church with her. And then, so this is from their writings later, when they were already converted. When we were still very young children, thus when France was governed by Christian princes. This, by the way, gets back to what I said about Count de La Fournais. The world was different when genuinely Christians who lived for God were running things. But anyway, sometimes, if they were really living for God, things were very different. When we were still very young children, thus when France was governed by Christian princes, magnificent processions took place on the streets of Lyon on the day of the feast of the Most Blessed Sacrament. Our nanny was a pious Catholic in the heart of our Israelite family. When the procession with its banners, its flowers, its censers went down street St. Dominic where we lived, she made us go down on our knees and pointing out the golden monstrance told us, "My little ones, there is the good God who passes. Ask him to bless you." They did. It is from the passage of the Most Blessed Sacrament that we received the spark of Catholicism that came to enliven our young hearts. We felt penetrated, and we said very quietly to each other, "When we are grown up, we will become Catholics." These things are really important. I could tell more stories of my childhood, I can tell this very briefly. We had a babysitter who was an old lady. She must have been Catholic. I think I was about 4 at the time. My sister would have been 6. My parents went out on Saturday night. We were left with this old lady Catholic babysitter. And I remember her because we always had to watch the Lawrence Welk show, which bored us to tears, but she liked it. And after the Lawrence Welk show, she taught me the Hail Mary. I don't know why, but she was inspired to teach me the Hail Mary. So when my parents came home, what does a 4-year-old do when he learns something new? They open the door to come in, and I throw myself in their arms, joyful and proud, saying, listen to what I learned. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee, etc. Anyway, they hit the roof. Needless to say, I never saw that babysitter again. We were actually happy never to see that babysitter again and have to sit through the Lawrence Welk show. But the fact that I remember that over 60 years later suggests that it had an effect. Maybe it was the prayers of that babysitter that resulted in my conversion. Who knows? Anyway, so they, small children already said, when we grow up, we will become Catholics. Anyway, so they're sent to the best school in town, which happened to be a Christian school, a high school, predominantly Catholic, as boarders. So, living there. And hence, they were somewhat free from their family. They were the best 2 students in the school. They were always swapping who would be the first in the class, and one course, one of them, their names were, before their conversion, their names were Edward and Achille. After their conversion, they were Joseph and Augustine. I'll call them by their Christian names. So anyway, one year it would be Joseph, who was number one in the class, and the next year it would be Augustine, who was number one in the class, and so forth. But most of their friends and professors there were serious Catholics. And the professors openly displayed their faith, and they said, probably proudly, above all, they wanted to make good Christians out of their students. The world was different then. You're not allowed to think that if you're a teacher now. Anyway, I'm going to read you a commencement address that one of the professors gave, because when you hear this commencement address, you'll see why we are in the deep pickle we are now, and you'll see why, I don't hate to say it, civilization cannot survive without God. The civilization will decay. It might take 40 or 50 years or 100 years to show its effects, or 20 years to show its effects. Our founding fathers in the United States, when they wrote the Constitution, they said, this will only work for religious men. That basically, without religion, you cannot make laws that will result in, justice and fairness and proper behavior. You need religion, you need culture, you need it to be part of the fabric of society. You can't impose it from outside as a set of laws. And we were, of course, almost the first real democracy. I don't know. I don't know my history well enough to know about ancient Rome, or the French Revolution never resulted, I believe, in a true democracy. Anyway, we were really kind of, in one way or another, the first real democracy. Democracy requires integrity on the part of the voters, and it requires some level of understanding on the part of the voters. You know that in the beginning in this country, you had to be a responsible, educated person actually to have the vote. Now, that was abused, and it kept certain groups of people from voting who perhaps were resulted in other forms of unfavorable results. I'll just say that. But nonetheless, if people don't know anything, don't understand anything, have no concept, and you see this. I'm going on a rant because it's been 3 hours, but you see this coming from senators. You see this coming from, senators, pretty senior politician. They have no concept of the separation of powers, of what the president is supposed to have the authority to do. They have no concept of the difference between what judges are supposed to do and what legislators are supposed to do. That it's actually judges are not supposed to be making laws. The law and the president is supposed to be making laws. The laws are supposed to come from the legislators that then get enforced by the president. And the determination of whether something is coherent with the law or not is done by the judges. The concept has gone away. You have Supreme Court judges essentially saying, we don't care what the law is. It's not fair. It should be this instead. So we're going to make it this instead. Anyway, it's a rant, but the entire system set up by the founding fathers was never anticipated to be able to survive the degradation of the culture, the degradation of our civilization that we have now. And you see that, I'm going to read this. This is like a high school commencement talk from a professor. And when you hear it, you'll see how far we've fallen, and we've fallen so far that actually, I think that the democracy is actually not viable. We might survive another round. I hope we survive another presidential election. But if the culture is not reformed, I don't see how the culture is going to be reformed. Then this experiment in government by the people, of the people, and for the people is not only history, it's going to be ancient history. Anyway, so here's a high school commencement speech. And if you've had this at your high school, let me know, because I'll have egg on my face. I'll eat my hat. I'll be completely wrong. Okay, so this is the commencement speech. You must become honest men. An honest man is a man penetrated by his duties, sincere in his speech, irreproachable in his morals, generous in his feelings, and fearless in his conduct, who also knows, as great souls do, how much glory there is in being good and how much shame in being weak. But this is not enough. To perform one's duties, one must know them, and in the midst of the tumult of our passions and interests, how can one distinguish them? By reason? Alas, a famous diplomat said that speech was given to man to hide his thoughts. Can we not say with the use man too often makes of his reason, it seems that reason was given to man to unreason? Thus, in all past times, religious principles were placed in education for this difficult work to enable heaven to help life on earth. Only in the 18th century, now he's making a reference to the Enlightenment. I did a show on the Enlightenment in the series on what is Judaism. Only in the 18th century has one dared to teach that the child can manage without God. And the child marches forward, proudly holding his head high, not to look at God, but to defy him. In truth, one wonders who would place him in such an odious or ridiculous system. Yes, young men, outside of religion, not this vague and banal religion, which is often no more than the cloak of impiety, but outside of positive religion, there is nothing but darkness. With it, on the contrary, that is, with true religion, all of life unfolds with the rigor and certainty of algebra. We will then always repeat, and have you repeat with us, the beautiful words, "May God always be your number one concern. To him you bring everything. For him you will be good, human, and savable. For him, finally, you will fulfill all of your duties, and you will fulfill them well for the love of God." This was the commencement speech that the Lemann Brothers had, okay? So this is what education meant in those days. That's what education is supposed to be. It's supposed to give the foundation for the soul to be responsive to God. And then educated people, men and women, this was a boys' school, but men and women, should take this soul that is responsive to God and put it in the service of their fellows, whether they're lawyers, whether they're politicians, whether they're doctors, whether they're merchants, whatever, and do everything well for the love of God. And with an eye towards the eternal reward. You're allowed to be selfish for heaven. Okay, so that's what they were brought up with. Now, I'm going to interrupt myself. Because of this, there's a very interesting fact about the Lemann Brothers, which is not in my talk right now. I mean, it's not in my notes. But they became, I'll give their life story, but they became very prominent. Between them, they wrote probably, I think, about 150 books, over 120 books in any case, including a lot of books about the roles of Jews and Judaism in society. Now, this is going to sound anti-Semitic, but they actually held that Jews should not be allowed to be judges. Why? Because a judge is supposed to be guided by the Holy Spirit, right? People in these positions of social responsibility with that kind of authority over the lives of others, they should be under the influence of the Holy Spirit. And a Catholic in a state of grace, it was understood, has a susceptibility, a sensitivity to the Holy Spirit that is not available to others. And therefore, only Catholics, presumably in a state of grace, should be given these positions of authority over others. Now, these were two Jewish converts. They were not anti-Semitic. But you understand through that illustration what Christendom is really supposed to be. And you see at least glimpses of this. I know that there were always crooks and there were always bad Catholics doing terrible things, and even bad popes doing terrible things, and bad Catholic kings doing terrible things. But in the case of Count de La Fournais, in the Ratisbonne part of this show. In the case of this principal of the high school, in this part of the show, you see how it can work and how it was supposed to work. And really was supposed to be, as he says in here, only in the 18th century has one dared to teach that a child can manage without God. Only in the 18th century, that is coming from the time of the Enlightenment, has one dared to think that a society can function without it being directed with an eye towards God. Any person in a position of authority should be an agent working for God. Period. End of sentence. Anyway, so you see the mess we're in. That's, by the way, I mentioned this in the beginning. That's why I know that there's some issue about how real it is and so forth. I think I'm going out of focus, but there's nothing I can do. It's because it's getting dark here. That's why that candle in front of Mary's getting so bright. That's why I was so moved when I saw our president and our first lady on their knees, on a kneeler, before a statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary, in the Basilica of the Immaculate Conception in Washington, D.C., praying for Our Lady to shed the grace of God on our country and to save it. That is the only way anything is going to work. Okay, anyway. Back to the Lemann Brothers. I'm trying to get this camera to focus. Excuse me. I don't think I can get it to somehow pick up on me. No, I think I'm still blurry. But anyway, nothing to be done. Anyway. Okay, so such lessons like this commencement address, of course, continue the Lemann Brothers on their way to Catholicism. And the final step was God uses suffering. He loves suffering as a means of conversion. And he used suffering. And I'll make it short. But one of the two twin brothers fell ill with smallpox. Hermann Cohen died of smallpox. I don't know if that's just a coincidence. He was hospitalized at the Hospital of the Sisters of St. Joseph, obviously run by nuns. And in those days, the nurses were religious sisters, were nuns. The nurse was encouraged to speak to him of God and was continually speaking to him of God and of Christ our Savior. And he was also very impressed. Both boys were very impressed by the love and compassion that the Catholic religious showed them. And by the time the Augustine was out of the hospital, was healed, they wanted a fuller catechesis. They wanted to become Catholic and they wanted to be truly instructed in the faith. So they asked the nurse to introduce them to a priest, and the nurse introduced them to a priest named Abbé Ruel. I'm not sure of the pronunciation. I'll call him Abbé Raoul. I think Raoul would be a better pronunciation. And he continued the catechesis. And he was became their spiritual father, and they met with him every Sunday and holiday secretly in their final year of high school for instruction. And they wanted to be baptized as soon as possible. Their priest, this Abbé Raoul, consulted the bishop. The bishop wanted to avoid problems with the family, so because of course this was like one of the leading families in town, this very wealthy Jewish mercantile family had the department store in town. So the bishop wanted them to wait until they reached majority. In other words, we're no longer legally under a guardian. I don't know what the age was, but it was over 18 because they didn't want to wait that long. And they negotiated, pushy Jews again. I negotiated my baptism. I don't know if I mentioned that before, but I was supposed to wait till Easter, right? I went through RCIA. You're supposed to wait till Easter. I didn't want to wait till Easter. So at the beginning of January, I tried to twist the arm of the priest who was running the RCIA to be baptized at Epiphany. And my line was, if Epiphany was good enough for Jesus to be baptized, it ought to be good enough for me. And he relented. And so he baptized me on Epiphany. So I was pushy, thank God. And they were pushy, thank God. And they got permission from the bishop to be baptized on high school graduation, when they graduated from high school. So that was when they were 18. So anyway, they graduated from high school. Now, the year, how can I put this? A few months before they graduated from high school. Father Hermann Cohen, remember him? He came to town on a preaching mission, and they were introduced to him. And he encouraged them. They were already determined to be baptized. But in any case, he encouraged them. He told them, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you what he wrote them. This is before they were baptized. This is a letter that Hermann Cohen wrote to the Lemann Brothers. See, all these three situations are intertwined that I'm talking about in these three talks. So this is what he wrote them a few months before they were baptized. Actually, almost a year before they were baptized. My beloved brothers in Jesus, I hear no more spoken about you. Nevertheless, I hope that you are always persevering in your holy desires and in your pious disposition for baptism in Jesus Christ. Oh, I cannot wait to finally see you perfect Christians and to contemplate the admirable fruits that you will harvest in the field of the good Father. Oh, I seem to already see you launched in your career. Let me bring them up. Launched in your career as valiant soldiers of Jesus Christ, battling for the souls that cost him so dearly, that cost him his blood. Oh, may we have the consolation of leading many of our brothers of Israel to the true faith and eternal happiness. Count on my friendship. So you see in this letter how both Father Hermann Cohen and the Lemann Brothers, they couldn't be Catholic. They couldn't be followers and lovers of the Jewish Messiah, Jesus. I mean, what a tragedy. Jesus was the Jewish Messiah. He came as a Jew to the Jews, only to the Jews, right? Remember, it was actually today's reading at Mass. The Syrophoenician woman, the Canaanite woman, who said, my daughter is ill or possessed, I don't remember which. Heal her. And Jesus said, I come only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. It's not right to take the food that belongs to children and feed it to the dogs, right? So, I mean, what a tragedy that the Jews, who Jesus, as he said, I come only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That's the Jews. What a tragedy that they're the last ones on the bandwagon. They're the last ones to come to him. It's not only a tragedy. I talk about that a lot whenever I talk about Romans 11. I'll do a video someday on Romans 11. For now, it's certainly there as an audio. If I remember, I'll put it on the comments. But anyway, it's not only a tragedy, but it's largely a tragedy. And so, of course, Hermann Cohen and the Lemann Brothers had a fire in their belly for the conversion of Jews, right? Oh, may we have the consolation of leading many of our brothers of Israel to the true faith and eternal happiness, battling for the souls that cost him so dearly, that cost him his blood. So anyway, that's the letter that Hermann Cohen wrote them about 9 months before their baptism. Okay, so then comes the time of their baptism. And at their baptism, Hermann Cohen wasn't at their baptism. The Ratisbonne brothers were not at their baptism. But you know who was at their baptism? Saint Julian Aymard, if any of you know him. He founded a congregation. Is it the Congregation of the Most Blessed Sacrament? I think it's the congregation, the Fathers of the Most Blessed Sacrament. Anyway, so he was a saint who was present at their baptism. They were baptized at the Marist Fathers' house in Lyon, which is the mother house of the Marist Fathers. And let me say, if it's it's probably a coincidence, but I was baptized by a Marist Father. So I feel a little unity, spiritual unity with them. Anyway, the attendees were moved to tears, literally moved to tears by the piety and devotion of these two young Jewish men. And that's the year of their baptism, so that's what they looked like. And let me read a Magnificat, a hymn that they wrote to celebrate their baptism. So this is written by these two 18-year-old boys. Let us chant the holy canticle of the Queen of Heaven to bless the eternal and his ancient promise. Our moved souls exalt the Lord and are ravished in God our Savior. O white year when the Holy Virgin, purity shining in her splendor, your memory left its imprint forever in the depths of our heart. It is our sister we have recognized, the new Esther, more beautiful than Rachel, the rainbow appearing in the cloud to recall the solemn promise. The good Savior that our fathers scorned and who filled the universe with blessings said softly to us, "Are you not my brothers? I am Joseph. Recognize me." Like St. Paul, thrown down on the road, and Samuel waking in the night, we said in a burst of joy, "To your call our heart obeys." At that moment, for us the most mysterious, in the folds of our ancient law, the true children of Abraham our father are the Christians born of the faith. The Paschal Lamb, Isaac and Moses, the water from the rock and the manna from heaven, all are found fulfilled in the Church, in which the faith of our forefathers lives again. O truth, too long ignored, we vow to you our liveliest love. In contemplating your adored splendor, our joy increases every day. Hear, O most tender Father, convert our brothers of Israel. Do not be deaf to our prayer. Lead us with them to heaven. Amen. So you see, again, they viewed their entire baptism as in itself a prayer for the conversion of their fellow Jews. Also, I will point out how beautiful this is because what they're doing is, of course, they're tying together the Old Testament. It's not hard to tie together the Old Testament and the New Testament, because, newsflash, the Catholic Church is the continuation of Judaism after the coming of the Messiah, which is what pre-Messianic Catholic Church, i.e. Judaism, was all about. So, of course, all of the figures in the Old Testament find their fulfillment in the Catholic Church and in Christianity, and in particular in Catholic Christianity. The heroines of the Old Testament, Esther, I'm just looking at this, Esther and Rachel, they were types that pointed to the Blessed Virgin Mary, as well as Jael, I forgot all of them, Ruth, even Eve. There are all these figures in the Old Testament that are precursors and types of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Isaac's sacrifice by Abraham on Mount Moriah was a prefigurement of the sacrifice of Christ on Mount Calvary, which not coincidentally is Mount Moriah. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is right down the street from the rock where Abraham bound Isaac. Okay, so all of these figures of the Old Testament are prefigurements of Christianity, which is what's reflected in this beautiful Magnificat that the 18-year-old, look at him. I mean, 18 years old. Maybe I should go like this or something. I don't know exactly how to do this. You know, these 18-year-old high school students wrote this Magnificat. Anyway, they're in seventh heaven after, of course, they get baptized. They become daily communicants, secretly, of course, doing it without their family, because they had the same family finding out. They had stopped, the family was a little bit concerned because they had stopped going, I'm tempted to say go to the movies, because there weren't movies in those days, but going to amusements, going to the theater and so forth. But they weren't terribly concerned. At this point, that is after their baptism, but before their family discovered their conversion, Joseph wrote a letter to Father Cohen. Remember Hermann Cohen from the last show? I can't believe any of you are still with me, but thank you. Here is what Joseph wrote to Father Cohen. What can I tell you? This is, the 18-year-olds after baptism. What can I tell you of all of the joys that I feel, all of the happiness that drowns me? Like a bird that leaves its nest of moss for the first time to take possession of the heavenly regions, I throw myself endlessly and with an always lively faith into the heavenly reaches that have been opened to me by the goodness of the Lord. Here I find Jesus teaching me in his creche the sweetness of the poverty that was imposed on him. There, Mary before my eyes at Calvary and the cross, telling me to suffer with her. St. John exhorting me to chastity, and St. Paul to martyrdom. Further out, the Christians enclosed in the catacombs, the cradle of the Christian religion, teaching me to pray in secret and to bless our persecutors, to submit myself to all of the commands of God. What sweetness in the Christian religion! What flowers hidden in the grass are revealed to those who look for them! What emotions and experiences at the sight of the little host. How one is confounded with admiration in hearing the holy chants of the faithful. That is what I experience. That is what you experience, my good Father. Why don't our dear parents, our unhappy brothers, come to this banquet of joy? Oh, pray for them, for your prayers are agreeable to the Lord, and also ask God to keep us close to his heart. Again, you see the fervor for the conversion, by the way, of the rest of their family and the co-religionists. So that was Joseph. That was one of the twins writing to Father Hermann Cohen. Here's the other one of the twins writing to Father Hermann Cohen. Since the happy day that we with joy were proclaimed sons of Jesus and of the Church, that faith has not ceased to grow in our heart. And on June 5th, confirmation is coming, and I hope, from the simple faithful that we will become warriors of the man God. We will advance in grade, and happier than the greatest kings of the earth, we will offer our feeble hearts to this God, who in other times made our fathers triumph over the enemies that surrounded them. Oh, may we be able to, if necessary, die for his service. May we, guided by his grace, lead to his breast our unhappy brothers. Oh, my Father, if you knew how we suffer to be unable to make known to all men, to not be able to confess out loud Jesus Christ, because their Catholic faith was still held in secret. How happy we would be if we could, like you already, immolate ourselves for the salvation of sinners and follow the good Jesus on the painful road to Calvary. But I hope that God, touched by our prayers, will hasten the moment of our deliverance. Adieu, good Father. I embrace you in my heart. Well, they were praying that God will hasten the moment of their deliverance. In other words, when they can publicly profess their Catholic faith. And he did hasten that moment. But it wasn't without more than a touch of the cross. So let me prepare whatever slides I have. Okay, so they were going to Mass every day at the, I believe it's a cathedral. It might be a basilica in Lyon. The biggest church is Fourvière. It's a very impressive church, very beautiful. It's definitely the mother church of Lyon. And I suppose that must make it a cathedral because there is a bishop of Lyon. Anyway, here it is. This is the church where they got to go to Mass every day. And the interior is also nothing to sneeze at. That is the interior of the church at Fourvière. So that's where they went to church every day, went to Mass every day. And so they were confirmed on June 5th. And just about, July, August, September, 3 months later, on September 13th, they were found out by their family. All of these dates are meaningful to me, by the way. September 13th is my father's birthday. February 18th, which is their birthday, is my mother's birthday. So anyway, they were baptized in the Marist Chapel. The Marist priest. A Marist priest baptized me, etc. I feel my destiny is very interwoven with the Lemanns more than any other of these Jewish converts that I've talked about. And I am absolutely convinced that my book, Salvation is from the Jews, came from the Lemann Brothers. In other words, that they were the patron saints of me writing that book. Anyway, on so that I can eventually finish. 6:30. Wow, 3.5 hours. Are any of you still with us? Yes. At least Katie is still with me. One is enough. I know that others are. So anyway, so what happened on September 13th of that year? What year was that? 1854. Okay. In the morning, they were at Mass at Fourvière, Notre Dame de Fourvière. And a pious woman saw them fervently praying and receiving communion at Mass that morning. I don't want to say she didn't think anything of it, but, it was just very impressive sight to her. And that evening, unfortunately or fortunately for the boys, she goes to the family department store. She's just going shopping, right? They had the biggest department store in town. She was buying fabrics. I don't know exactly everything that was in this store. My grandfather, by the way, it was a fabric department store in Paris that he had. But anyway, so she's shopping for fabric. She had seen those two boys at church that morning at Mass. And she's just chatting to their aunt, right, who's across the counter selling her the fabric. And so she says to their aunt, "Madame, your twins must be very special." So the aunt is very flattered by this, right? So, she wants to know what's special about her twins. So she says, What's so special about them?" The aunt responded. And the pious woman says, "Oh, since they became Catholic, are they not ravishing? I saw them this morning at Fourvière receiving communion like two angels." Anyway, you know what hit the fan at that point. So anyway, the aunt goes home, tells the uncles. They all gather and are waiting for the boys when they come home that evening. Okay, all hell is going to break loose. The uncles have determined to force the boys to recant, right? To recant their conversion and go back to being Jewish. And they're determined to use force if necessary. So anyway, the two boys, it's the end of it's the evening. So it's time for the two boys to get home. The entire family was assembled with their rabbi, 5 uncles, the aunts, presumably 5 aunts, maybe 4 aunts. I don't know if all the uncles were married. And the rabbi are waiting in ambush for them to force them to recant. The first one home was Edward. The uncle, excuse me, who was their legal guardian, confronted them and said, "Edward, is it true that you are Catholic?" And Edward bravely responded, "Yes, I am." Okay, so then they decide to wait for Joseph to come home and do this together, confront them together. So now Edward's there, and the uncles and aunts and rabbi are waiting for Joseph to get home. So when Joseph got home, he too was interrogated, and he also responded with dignity. They had decided while waiting for Joseph that they would resort to violence. I hate to say this, but with the rabbis agreeing. In other words, the uncles, the aunts, and the rabbi together had a little powwow, and they decided that violence was appropriate, that they would use violence if the boys did not recant. I don't think that reflects very well on the rabbi. Not on the uncles or aunts either, but certainly not on the rabbi. So anyway, when Joseph got home, they interrogated him. He also stood up for the Catholic faith. The rabbi tried to talk them out of it and mocked Christianity, and in particular, made fun of the claims of Jesus to be Christ, to be the Son of God, made fun of the virginity of Mary, and made fun of the Catholic belief in the Eucharist. Well, these two young, proud new Catholics were not going to stand for these 3 pillars of the faith being mocked. So they felt, how St. Peter's 3 denials of Christ required his 3 affirmations of faith later? They countered with a forcefully argued defense of the truth of Jesus' claim to be the Son of God, defense of the virginity of Mary, and defense of the reality and meaning of the Eucharist. This did not go over well, needless to say. The uncles tried to browbeat them. Look at what you owe us. We raised you. We made you rich. We're going to give you our whatever. You're going to be heirs to the store or whatever. Tried to kind of play on their emotions, play on their gratitude, play on their filial loyalty and so forth, reminding them of their departed parents who would turn over in their grave if they knew. Of course, their parents already knew. That's the irony of it. If there are any Jewish converts out there who are afraid of your deceased parents being upset that you became Catholic, don't worry about that. If your parents are deceased, wherever they are, whether they're in heaven, hell, or purgatory, they'll be very happy that you've become Catholic because they know the truth now, right? There are no non-Catholics in heaven, hell, or purgatory in terms of the faith, in terms of what they believe and what they know, right? So anyway, but they reminded them of their parents who would roll over in their grave if they found out and so forth, what they owed the family. They threatened them, of course, with being cut off and everything, to which they responded, "We are Christians. We will remain Christians, and providence will take care of us if you cut us off. Anyway, time for violence, okay? So one of the uncles is holding Edward with an iron bar through his arms, I think. So he's, pinned him with an iron bar. So Edward is being pinned and can't move. He's immobilized. And meanwhile, another uncle is literally strangling Joseph, the other twin. And he's strangling him to the point where Joseph's, face is blue and his tongue is completely extended from his mouth. I didn't know that happens when you get strangled, but apparently that happens. So Joseph is really on the point of death with his tongue totally extended from his mouth. Edward is being held with his iron bar through his elbows. He, I'm tempted to say miraculously, breaks free, superhuman, burst of strength, and he breaks free from his uncle. His uncle swings the iron bar and hits him on the shoulder, and literally for the rest of his life, he suffered in his shoulder from the blow that he received. But he makes it to the window, and he throws open the window, and he shouts out, "Murder, murder!" And there's some soldiers on the street who hear this. So the soldiers come, they shout, I think they break down the door of the apartment, if I remember the story correctly. They break up what's going on. They save the boys from being killed, obviously. They save certainly Joseph from being strangled. Let me go back to the text here. Anyway, and then there are people from the street who come in too. I mean, there's a big commotion. And the police come. Remember, there's also one of the leading families in town. Everyone knows this family. And anyway, finally, the police come, and they take the boys that night to protect them to the house of one of the godparents. Okay, so they take the boys to safety. Well, the whole town is talking about this, of course, the next day. And it caused a big scandal. And the family did something very dishonorable, which is also the local newspaper did something very dishonorable. Something that we see in our day too, newspapers doing things pretty dishonorable. Anyway, so the family tried to justify its behavior by saying that this dishonorable, disreputable priest had hoodwinked and brainwashed the boys into becoming Catholic in order to get their inheritance. So that becomes the family's defense, is they're the poor, ignorant victims of this, this villainous priest who was manipulating them in order to get his hands on the family fortune. So this is the official story, and these guys, the family, owned the biggest store in town, right? Who advertises in newspapers, right? So the newspaper actually published the family's version of the affair. Okay, so anyway, so here back to the story. So at this point, the boys, they were not going to say anything to stand up for their own honor, but they have to stand up for the honor of the church and the honor of this incredibly noble priest who had helped them enter the church. They weren't going to see his name dragged through the mud, and they weren't going to see him be the fall guy for everything that happened. So these two boys, still 18 years old, if any of you have 18-year-old kids or nephews, just imagine an 18-year-old coming out with these letters, two 18-year-olds in this case. So anyway, so this happened on September 13th. And it's in the newspapers. The family account is in the newspapers, of course, dragging the priest through the mud. And so on September 17th, so what's that? That's like 3 days later after the news breaks, the newspaper publishes their letter to the editor, which they write to the editor to set the story straight. Now, this is their letter in its entirety. We see ourselves in the necessity of breaking a silence which we had determined to keep. The newspapers have spoken enough about the unfortunate incident which has brought us to the public's attention. If we alone were being accused, the condemnation that was placed on our conversion would be of little concern to us. Our conscience belongs to us alone, and we recognize no one else's right to it. But as certain people are circulating malicious insinuations with respect to the clergy, it has become our duty to reveal the truth and enlighten the opinions of reasonable men. In our conversion, everything has been the work of God. From our childhood, the sight of Catholic services greatly impressed us, to the point that we felt regret that we were not Christian. When we began school, this regret became more acute. We saw on one hand a few Jews, on the other hand a great number of Christian children. This difference struck us. When they went to Mass and we heard the songs accompanied by the organ, we blushed to being reduced to gathering in an ordinary classroom to go through the motions of a pointless ritual. But what shook us even more were the love and devotion of the priests and religious who vowed themselves to the service of the ill. Remember, the boy was in the hospital. A devotion which we compared with the coldness and indifference of the others, i.e. the Jewish leaders who surrounded us. On top of that, one of us fell gravely ill. We were drawn more and more to Catholicism. However, we dared not broach the question. We wanted to study further. The further we advanced in our study, the more sharply we saw the false position we were in. We opened up history, and we could not avoid becoming aware of the present state of the Jewish people as compared to its past. More and more difficulties which our rabbi could never resolve piled up in our heads. The study of the Catholic classics was able to prepare our hearts to receive the grace of a God of mercy. Then we searched the Holy Scriptures. From the start, we understood that we could not walk alone. We must find a holy priest. Every day from then on, he gave us instruction, dissipated our doubts, explained to us the prophecies, and enabled us to grasp the link between the old and the new law. Then we said to ourselves, if the Messiah has already come, it's Jesus Christ, and we must become Christians. If he has not yet come, we must nevertheless no longer remain Jews, because the time of the promise has passed and our books have lied. Right? In other words, from the Old Testament, you can figure out that the Messiah has to come when there is still a temple in Jerusalem. Since the temple has been destroyed, there are only two possibilities within Judaism. One possibility is that the Messiah has come, which means it was Jesus. And the other possibility is that the promise of the Messiah was never fulfilled, and the books of the Old Testament lied, and there was no Messiah, and there is going to be no Messiah, because the Messiah can't come after the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. So this is what the boys are referring to. I'll just repeat the last couple of sentences. Then we said to ourselves, if the Messiah has already come, it must be Jesus Christ, and we must become Christians. If he has not yet come, we must nevertheless no longer remain Jews, because the time of the promise has passed and our books have lied. Our priest made us wait over a year. After we graduated from high school, we insisted on being baptized. We had been out of school over a month. He could not refuse our request. We became Christians, and we became happy. No one can make us renounce our faith. We are resolved to die first. It seems to us that the age of 18 is old enough to discern the true from the false. Furthermore, the Jews have demanded freedom of religion for themselves and for Protestants. They can hardly refuse it to us. P.S. Sir, we rely on your fairness to print this letter in your next issue. So that was the letter to the editor that was printed in the newspaper. I would be very proud if I had 18-year-old sons who wrote like this and thought like this and felt like this. So anyway, they're on the run from their family, essentially. I'm going to have to, kind of make a long story short. They can't obviously be with their family. There's another adventure that happens in between, but they end up at the house of the Lemann Brothers. Excuse me, these are the Lemann Brothers. They end up at the catechumenate for youth that the Ratisbonne brothers have founded in Paris. They're in Lyon, France. Paris is only, whatever, 4-hour train ride from Lyon in those days. They have another adventure in between, but they end up in November of 1854. And the attack on their lives was September of 1854. So September, October, November. 2 months after their family found out that they were in fact Catholic, just about 4 months after they were baptized, they are living with the Ratisbonne brothers at their house in Paris, because they lived there. The Ratisbonne brothers lived there, but they were also running this catechumenate for youth out of their house. So anyway, in this, whatever you call it, institution in Paris, where the Ratisbonne brothers had founded, where they lived and where they were housing Jewish youth who wanted to enter the church, in this case, including the Lemann Brothers. Okay. Now, in between the time when their uncles tried to kill them and 4 months later when they were living with the Ratisbonne brothers, they wrote a letter. They had written Theodore Ratisbonne, remember him from about 8 hours ago, and they received this response from Theodore Ratisbonne. I'm reading these letters. It's just so beautiful to see the warmth of heart, the passion for the faith and the passion for the conversion of the Jews and the sense of fellowship with other Jews in the faith that these relationships bring to the surface. So here's the letter from Theodore Ratisbonne to the Lemann Brothers. Beloved brothers in Jesus Christ, since the day that the good news of your conversion came to me, I have had a continual desire to give you my warmest and dearest felicitations. I thank the Lord for this new miracle of grace. I pray to him that he multiply them more and more, because the time of favor has come. The movement of decay, which for half a century has dissolved the Jewish nationality and reversed one by one the rabbinical traditions. This is a reference to the Enlightenment and the decay of traditional Judaism in the face of the Enlightenment. I have a show on that in my series on what is Judaism. The movement of decay, which reversed the rabbinical traditions, must necessarily be followed by a movement of resurrection and new life. That's the conversion of the Jews. Divine providence is preparing the instruments that must make this work of grace fertile, announced in the sacred scriptures, and already the publication of your so perfect letter has moved more than one soul. That letter to the editor in the primary newspaper, in the second largest newspaper in France, spread like wildfire throughout the Catholic world in France. It basically spread throughout France. I would like to open my whole heart to you on this subject. I would be happy to, by any means, be able to demonstrate to you my devotion and esteem for you. Please accept the expression of my most affectionate sentiments, Theodore Ratisbonne. And then they moved in with the Ratisbonne brothers, as I mentioned. And when they moved in with the Ratisbonne brothers, they wrote a letter to Father Abbé Ruel, the priest who had catechized them. Here's the letter they wrote to their spiritual father. God has placed us with the Ratisbonne fathers. It is with them that we must work to spread in our family and among our unfortunate brothers the light that has enlightened us. That is our vocation, right? This is true of virtually every Jew that enters the Catholic Church. They feel their vocation is to bring the rest of the Jewish brethren out of the darkness of into the fullness of the Jewish faith, which is the Catholic Church and the sacraments. That is our vocation. It makes us smile, it consoles us, it fills us with strength and hope. We must admit that we find ourselves ill at ease everywhere but Zion, referring to the foundation of the Ratisbonne brothers, right? It was the fathers of Zion, it was the sisters of Our Lady of Zion. It is only here that we breathe the atmosphere that expands our souls. Is it not clear, good Father, that in our day God is raising up in the heart of our nation instruments to work for its salvation, to promote its resurrection, raising up Jews to promote the conversion of the Jews? This is the Lemann Brothers. I don't want this show to be about me, but my book came directly from my exposure to the Lemann Brothers, which there was then a miraculous pilgrimage that I took in the footsteps of the Lemann Brothers. And then my book came to me. Someday I'll tell the story. Not now. It's too late. I feel like my book, Salvation is from the Jews, I'll just say this. Ignatius Press published it. They're the publishers of St. John Paul II. They're the publishers of Pope Benedict. You know, they're the most prestigious Catholic publishers in the United States, hands down. When they accepted my book for publication, which was a miracle, they asked me what book most resembles it. They ask all their new authors or all their authors. They want to find out what category the book is in. So they say, what previous book most resembles your book? The only book I could name was a book by the Lemann Brothers, you know, published in the 1860s. The Lemann Brothers were in the business of publishing books like Salvation is from the Jews that show the continuity, the fulfillment, the completion of the Catholic Church, of Judaism in the Catholic Church, that the Catholic Church is the transformation of Judaism after the coming of the Jewish Messiah. Judaism is the precursor to the Catholic Church, the form of the Catholic Church, so to speak, that it took in preparation for the coming of Jesus Christ, the Messiah for all of mankind. He came through the Jews. He came for all of humanity. Catholic means universal. I can't go into that rap now, but anyway, that's what Salvation is from the Jews is about. That's what all of the work of the Lemann Brothers is about. And as I said, between them, they publish over 120 books, including 900-page books, 1,050-page books. I have a list of their books, actually, a short list. Maybe I'll get to it. So anyway, you can see where that's coming from, because this is absolutely, I don't know how to put it, what I feel in my is my vocation, whatever the word is, apostolate. So anyway, but their spiritual father said, don't join the religious community of the Ratisbonne Brothers yet. You have to discern with God's help, basically. You have to expose yourself to God. No, one of my books is Honey from the Rock. The book I was referring to in the rap I just gave was Salvation is from the Jews. Salvation is from the Jews is theology. Honey from the Rock is witness testimonies. They both have the same theme, so to speak, but they come at it from different directions. I'm just responding to a chat. Anyway, so they place themselves in God's hand to discern their vocation. And they went to seminary. And they became priests. They became canons. They became seminary professors. They did not join the Ratisbones. They basically did what I do, which is all of the vocations of Hermann Cohen and the Ratisbonne Brothers and the Lemann Brothers, all of their vocations were around bringing about the conversion of the Jews, but from different angles. The Ratisbonne Brothers worked for the conversion of the Jews by founding religious orders to pray for the conversion of the Jews. The Lemann Brothers, and me, I may say, worked for the conversion of the Jews by encouraging prayer for the conversion of the Jews by good Catholics. In other words, by kind of inspiring the desire to pray for the conversion of the Jews among ordinary Catholics. So they wrote books explaining the importance of the conversion of the Jews to Catholics and, expounding on, if I may say so, the debt that Catholics owe to the Jews for having brought Jesus Christ to them, and therefore the need to reciprocate that debt by praying for the conversion of the Jews, and also to open up the scriptures to them to show how the entirety of Old Testament Judaism is about Jesus Christ and the Most Holy Trinity, and to some extent about the Blessed Virgin Mary. How all of Judaism is basically about the Catholic Church. So that was the Lemann Brothers books, are all in that vein. My books are both in that vein. They can say all because it's 120. I better say both because it's 2. but I'm not a very good disciple of the Lemann Brothers, but I'm definitely a disciple of the Lemann Brothers. So anyway, their books are, as I said, some of them are over 1,000 pages long. I'll read some titles, and I have some of these books actually. Most of them are only in French. God arranged that I should be fluent in French so that I could commune with the Lemann Brothers. I don't know why. But some of them are in English, a handful, not many. The Legality of the Trial That Condemned Jesus. That's really beautiful, and that is in English. And that looks through the lens of Jewish law at how corrupt the Sanhedrin was in their condemnation of Jesus. A complete history of the Messianic idea in Judaism. That's like 1,000 pages. The Cause of the Remnant of Israel. That's obviously about the need for the conversion of the Jews. The Virgin Mary presented to the love of the 20th century. They were obviously very Marian. And I named that book because it's 1,132 pages on the need to love the Blessed Virgin Mary. And they didn't have word processors or even typewriters. These books were they were handwritten. The Scepter of the Tribe of Judah in the Hands of Jesus Christ. How obviously Jesus Christ is the scepter of the tribe of Judah, is the Jewish Messiah as described in the Old Testament. Because the Old Testament says that the Messiah will be the scepter from the tribe of Judah. The Religion of Combat. That's something that's lost today. This is church militant, right? The church is church suffering, which is purgatory, church triumphant, which is the souls in heaven. And church militant, that's our job here on earth. It's not to rest on our laurels. It's not to enjoy intimacy with Jesus as much as we get to enjoy intimacy with Jesus. It's to fight. It's to fight for the victory of Jesus Christ, for the salvation of souls. If you're not fighting, you're not part of the church militant. That's what militant means. Anyway, I'm not here to preach to Catholics. Anyway, let me wrap this up. And maybe I'll finish by 4 hours from the start. Okay, so these twin brothers, let me show some pictures of them. They're so beautiful. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. But here they are, literally at the First Vatican Council. I'll be talking about them at the First Vatican Council. Here they are. They are so sweet. All their lives, they held hands. I'm not joking. They were like each other's, I don't want to say spouses, but they were kind of. I mean, they were just they were twins without parents, right? They were orphan twins, and they entered the church together, and they were priests together, and they were religious together. They were canons at the First Vatican Council together, and they were very, very closely bonded. Here is a beautiful picture of them. I have a holy card I made of them in, their, I don't know what you call those kind of vestments, but, here they are as canons in the lace vestments, holding hands, right? What are they, in their 50s or 60s? I'll zoom in on that a little bit. It's just so sweet. See them holding hands? I mean, it's just so beautiful. And here's the prayer card I made of them. It's that same picture you saw. And now to the final close of the show. It's going to end it with another prayer. So here's the story. I'll actually go back to this because it's so beautiful. Okay. Here they are. So anyway, they went on to become priests, theologians, and canons of the church. Seminary professors, as I said, they wrote over 120 books between them. They became close friends of Pope Pius IX, who had a heart for the conversion of the Jews. He had a Jewish convert stepson, Edgardo Mortara. He's worth a show in itself. I actually have a audio show, a podcast on Edgardo Mortara. By the way, all of my audio podcasts are on my podcast channel, and the titles of them say what they're about. So you can find one on Edgardo Mortara, who is the stepson, actually the adopted son, essentially, of Pope Pius IX. He was a Jewish convert. So anyway, Pope Pius IX was very interested in the conversion of the Jews. These obviously very notable Jewish convert priests became very close to Pope Pius IX. And then Pope Pius IX calls the First Vatican Council at the end of the 1860s. That's the council that proclaimed papal infallibility. Well, the Lemann Brothers were very active at that council as canons. And at that council, they circulated a petition. The Latin is postulatum, which was in fact a formal invitation on the part of the Catholic Church, inviting the Jews into the Catholic Church. And it's a prayer. So I am going to close by reading that prayer. That prayer is in fact on the back of this prayer card. Whoops, there's the prayer card. So I'm reading the prayer from the back of this prayer card. This prayer was a petition to create this prayer, this invitation. It was introduced by the Lemann Brothers. It was circulated to all of the council fathers at the First Vatican Council, and they heartily endorsed it. Pope Pius IX heartily endorsed it, and it was endorsed by virtually all of the council fathers at that First Vatican Council. And it is a formal invitation on the part of the church. I said this before. It's an invitation to the Jews to join the church. So I'm going to close this show, as much as I ever close a show, because I keep rambling after I say I close the show. But I'm going to close the show reading this postulatum from the First Vatican Council, which had been circulated and promoted by the Lemann Brothers and signed by the Pope and virtually all of the Council Fathers. So here it is. The undersigned Fathers of the Council humbly yet urgently, beseechingly pray that the Holy Ecumenical Council of the Vatican deign to come to the aid of the unfortunate nation of Israel with an entirely paternal invitation. That is, that it express the wish that finally exhausted by a wait no less futile than long, the Israelites hasten to recognize the Messiah, our Savior Jesus Christ, truly promised to Abraham and announced by Moses, thus completing and crowning, not changing, the Mosaic religion. On the one hand, the undersigned fathers have the very firm confidence that the Holy Council will have compassion on the Israelites, because they are always very dear to God on account of their fathers, and because it is from them that the Christ was born, according to the flesh. Would that they then speedily acclaim the Christ, saying, Hosanna to the Son of David, blessed be he who comes in the name of the Lord. Would that they hurl themselves into the arms of the Immaculate Virgin Mary, even now their sister according to the flesh, who wishes likewise to be their mother according to grace, as she is ours. Amen. Amen. Thank you, heroic listeners who bore with me to the end of this show. And as I said before, certainly if you're watching live, next Sunday, I won't be available to do a live show. And if I get my act together, what I'm planning to do is leave this up as a 3-hour video, 3-hour and 10-minute video, but also slice it into 3 sections, A, B, and C, and put it up as 3 separate 1-hour-long YouTube videos, because I have a feeling that 1-hour-long videos will be more likely to be watched than a 3-hour video. And those will have lost the chat from this. And I will premiere those other 2 so that at least they will have the chats. I believe that a premiered video, the chats are preserved on that premiered video. So the people who watch those premieres can chat together. And if you want to watch the rerun, you're a masochist, but if you want to watch the rerun, you can participate in those chats too. So with that, it's time for me to say goodbye for now. I'm certainly, if not before then, 2 weeks from today, I will do another live stream with another in the Saints and Spiritualities series. This, obviously, episode was the spirituality of Jewish converts. And there really is a characteristic spirituality there. And I hope I've been able to convey that. With that, seriously, God bless you. Thank you so much. I literally, God bless you and thank you for having watched. And I'll just close with a Hail Mary and Glory Be, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Good night, and bye for now. And back to the, I guess, that kind of opening screen. Bye for now. And
Angeli